celebrate the power of words and the art of elocution. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is an honor to call you Mr. President. Yes, it feels different. Please put your hands together again for Mr. President. That was amazing. You heard the words, leave your comfort zone, especially if your name is comfort. No. Now that didn't come out right. That really didn't come out right, really. But of course, leave your comfort zone, get to meet people. We are one body. And guess what? You know one important thing someone said to me? The person said, for every dictionary that posts videos or creates content on social media, they are not just making that reputation for themselves, they are making the reputation for the entirety of the body. And that is what we have to do. So meet other people making this whole thing up. And those were the words of the president. One more time, please put your hands together for your president, my president, Mr. Titus Bankole, AKA the Shoah Master.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. President. It was, I feel like doing aw when you finished saying that.
It was supposed to be like that.
Okay, so I do not know if you have the event flow with you, but I have mine here. And the next we'll be going to will be our keynote speech. But before then, I have a story. How many of you love stories here?
I do.
You do? Aha, I love that. So story.
Stories.
So there's this person that kept me glued to my TV screen when I was much younger. And I was like, will I ever get to meet this person? And there's this show he used to host. Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Are you sure you know who I'm talking about?
Don't rush to conclusion. It could be Babasuwe. We don't know. Go ahead.
Calm down. I know you know, but just calm down. So he used to teach me how to be a millionaire, right? And that time I used to say, who wants to be a millionaire? But right now, what would you say? Can you say louder? Thank you. Now, do you know who used to host that program? And I used to ask myself, will I ever get to meet with this person? Ever? Now, fast forward to today.
Fast forward. What should I say? Don't forget it. Let me pinch you. Hold on. Let me pinch you for a moment.
It's real. It's real.
Is it?
It's real.
Is it that?
The 31st day.
Blood didn't come out.
You didn't pitch hard enough.
All right.
Of August 2024, and I have the honor,
ladies and gentlemen,
the privilege of welcoming our keynote speaker to this event.
Wanna make life on the moon. That's it. My team. Too much. Start too much. Is it too much? It's not too much.
Please keep clapping.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I wanna be a billionaire.
Absolutely.
I was in that music video, you know. Yeah. Please, a round of applause for the MCs. They are doing a good job. Titus, this guy, is he your clone or something? I'm privileged to be here. Privileged because when I started many years ago, first time I ever did a radio audition was 34 years ago. That was 1990. I remember when I walked. My voice was embarrassing to me because as a little boy, I had a very deep voice. So my mates used to laugh at me. I was ashamed of the voice. But when I grew older, some people say, hey, why don't you be a broadcaster? So I walked into a radio station in Calabar. I just gained admission into the university. I just said, let me try something out. So the guy invited me into the booth, said, read this script. So I started reading the script. I read like 2 lines and the guy was knocking because in radio stations, you have the glass pane adjacent to rooms, and you could see the guy who told you to read. So the guy knocked and said, come out, come out. Just after 2 lines, I'm like, huh. So I was that terrible, huh? So he brought me out. And he told me, he looked at me and said, why were you wasting our time? Start tomorrow. That's just it. So I said, yeah, start tomorrow. I said, what am I going to do? He said, I don't care. Just use that voice. Read anything. Read a dictionary. Read the phone book. Anything you want to do, start tomorrow. So I started doing a program called Calabar Music Room. That was in 1990. So when I knew it could be something was when 3 weeks after I started, I was on the amplitude modulation band. Let me explain that. We have FM, frequency modulation. We have amplitude. Amplitude goes very far. They'll listen to you in Rwanda and everything. 3 weeks later, I got a letter from Kenya. And they say, hey, you have mail. I said, okay, where from? They said, Kenya. I said, Kenya. Why? Is there some mistake? And the person said, I listened to you. I love the way you articulated. I love the music you played. Please keep it going and all that. So that's when I said, hey, you know what? This could be a thing. So my father, my father used to be of this school of thought. If you're not a doctor, engineer, or lawyer, you are nothing. You understand? So I took JAM to gain admission to study medicine. I made the cutoff point, just barely, but I registered too late. So just to please my father, I said, okay, let me go and study animal science instead. I couldn't study any of the paramedical, like the biochemistry and all that. I couldn't do that because I wasn't interested, but I know I could have done medicine. I just did animal science, but I found myself, roaming about the theater arts department. Then I became the campus MC. Then I started presenting on radio. Then a TV station came, weekend television came in. I worked there. I wanted to be the marketer for them. And you know what happened? Oh, is this one better? Okay. No, I could make it more impressive. Like, is this one more? Is this one better? Is it better? So anyhow, what I'm trying to tell you is this: communication is very important. Very, very important. It got me to places. It opened. See, communication took me places, opened doors, and even closed deals. 50% of the work is done when you know elocution. My colleagues here will tell you that we can talk to anybody, from the vulcanizer up all the way to presidents, captains of industry. We speak to them easily, and they're in awe. They're like wondering, how did we get that ability to talk to people and touch them immediately? I'll give you an example. Many years ago, Rochas Okorocha invited me to be the host for the graduation ceremony of his school. He has this school, nobody pays school fees, no worry. Then when they were graduating, he invited me, but he also invited former President Olusegun Obasanjo, invited the president of Ghana, invited a couple of state governors, including my own state governor. So before the event, I was standing backstage. And who walks to me? Obasanjo. Obasanjo said, my Akwa Ibom brother, how are you? I said, fine, thank you, sir. How are you doing? I said, you look so well. I said, sir, it looks like you stole the elixir of life and you are silently ingesting it in secret. He looked at me. The Ghanaian president came. I said, Your Excellency, oh, how are you doing? Akwaba. Then he said, Kwaba. He said, are you Ghanaian? I said, well, I look Ghanaian, but maybe but I'm truly Nigerian. How are you doing, sir? How's your trip? He said, fine. I said, all right. My governor, Akwa Ibom State governor, came. He said, looked at me and said, I started speaking my language. What are you doing? So I switched because it's impolite if you speak another language in front of people. So I answered him, then I switched to English. Then he started speaking in English to me. That's another thing you have to learn, the ethics of communication. But anyhow, that moment, I found myself in the midst of important people. Rochas Okorocha was there, President of Ghana, ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo, my state governor with two other governors, they were there. And they were chatting with me. They were not saying it, they were involving me in, hey, Frank, what do you think? I said, well, I think. Then that's where your charm as a communicator comes in. Say, hey, Frank, what do you think about the state of the Super Eagles? Do you think we can beat Ghana? You know, these presidents, they have, so Obasanjo brought this out, our Super Eagles can beat Ghana. Then the Ghanaian man said, I don't think so, and everything. Then they go, Frank, what do you think? So what am I going to say? Am I going to balance it? Well, I'm the wrong person to talk about football because I'm fiercely loyal to my country and club. So I looked at the Ghanaian president. I said, first of all, sir, you must recognize your environment. You're not in Ghana anymore. This is Nigeria, sir. And with all the hooliganism I can restrict myself from, I tell you, we will smash your team to smithereens. These are the exact words, to smithereens. The man said, oh, tell me more. I said, there's no need, because what's there to tell? It's Nigeria versus Ghana. It's a done deal. He said, hey, Obasanjo was very happy. Then I now saw that he was very happy. I said, but that being said, the corruption of the NFF is a militating factor against our victories. So as an ex-president, sir, what do you think we could do about it? He said, do I look like the football administration? So we're just having chats. Then it got to a point where they signaled me that the event is starting. So I said this. I said, gentlemen, as much as I love indulging myself in the orbit of your grandeur, I feel very reluctant to say this. I have to peel myself away to go because duty calls. But I'll forever treasure this and remember that I was in the midst of not only greatness, but spectacular people that changed the world. Thank you for what you do. Allow me. The Ghanaian man, the president grabbed me. He said, we are not allowing you. Who is this guy? That's what he asked. Who is this guy? They said, our person just said, that's what he does. Oh, he's been doing this for many years. Leave him, let him go. He's this Akwa Ibom boy and everything. But whenever I remember that, I just said, nobody knew my father. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. It's because of the way I talk. Communication did that to me many years ago. Think of what it can do. Elocution can do for you. Now, if you get a grasp of it, it will open doors everywhere. Everywhere. Just open your mouth, talk. You go to a place, you say, oh, you don't need connections. Your mouth is your connection. Just go there, say, hello. You want to see maybe the corporate communications person? You say, hello, how are you doing? My name is Frank. I would love to see the person that handles communications in this company. Do you have an appointment? I would love to have an appointment, but I don't. Do you think you can do something for me? With a smile on your face, charming. I'm going to tell you all about that. Body language, charming. It opens doors. But I don't have to do that now because everybody knows, well, most people know I'm Frank. So when I go there, Frank Rose, I say, yeah. I say, I want to see my guy now. I've not met him. I want to see my guy. The guy said, why did you bring somebody? Oh, Frank, hey, sit down. You know, stuff like that. It's not because of Frank, it's because of the way I communicate. And that is what I want to talk about, elocution. How many minutes do I have, please, so that I don't veer off? How many minutes do I have to? Oh, 30 minutes. Okay, I'll do it in less, don't worry. What is elocution? Elocution is the art of communicating in a clear and distinct manner. The mistake that is made nowadays when you hear people on radio, on TV, they want to show you how beautiful their accent is. So you are distracted by the accent and you don't receive the message. That is the mistake that is prevalent on radio, on TV, on podcast. No, not on podcast. Podcast, that's another kettle of fish that's happening in Nigeria now. Those ones don't care about how they communicate. They just give you the information, which I like actually, because they're just passing across the message. It's not about your diction. It's not about, how you modulate what you're speaking. It's just the information. If I want to elocute, I have to recognize my audience and know. I can't go to Association of Vulcanizers end of year party and start speaking like Titus. I can't. So I have to go down to their level. I can't also, conversely, I can't go to the merger between Stanbic Bank and IBTC. I did that many years ago. And you have captains of industry. You have people that are so wealthy, high net worth individuals, and I start talking as if I'm at a bar in Mushi, so it doesn't really tally. So you have to recognize your audience so that you can pass your message across and they get the message first. That's why I don't really do accents. Now, Titus can't help it because that's how he speaks. You should hear Titus speak pidgin English. You will laugh and fall. Saying, Frank, now what are you? I said, what's that? What's that? I said, my brother, stick to the language you know. What's that? So, what I'm saying is the message is more important than how you channel it. But, depending on your audience, even if you're speaking to a bunch of vulcanizers, there's how you articulate. And the way you present it, they'll get the message even more. That has been the watchword. I was trained Radio Nigeria. Lolo also was trained Radio Nigeria. We presented together sometime. And they made us realize that it's the message. But one thing I didn't adhere to was they said, be as simple as possible. That means you go and say, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. My name is Frank. Today we'll be giving you music from the past. We hope you enjoy our time with you. Then you start playing. I didn't take that. I say, if there's no need for me to sound simple, because what is my character then? I'm just going to be simple. So instead of that, I'll go like something like, a marvelous afternoon to you. It is my privilege to be here as the selector of music for this afternoon. Now, you would think I'm going to go with the regular run-of-the-mill selection. No. These were carefully curated by me, painstakingly for you. So even if you are feeling a bit down and you don't appreciate what I'm doing, I want you to stop having any bad feelings of anything that happened to you. Just channel your minds to what I'm doing here. And at the end of the day, you'll be thankful for it. My name is Frank. I said I'm a curator, but actually I'm just the presenter of this program. And I want you to adhere with me throughout. Are you ready? Okay, blast from the past, hit from way back, soundtrack to the movie, An American Tale. Two heavyweights are on this song, and Linda Ronstadt is one of them. James Ingram, you know him very well, and this is Somewhere Out There. And immediately I say somewhere out there, the song, I'm timing it, the song starts singing. That will make anybody listen to you because you are deliberate, you have planned it. One of the greatest tricks of people who elocute is that they prepared so well. But when they come, they act as if I'm just doing it from the top of my head. That's the greatest trick. And that's what I do all the time. But you have to always be in learning mode. You have to learn, and learn. Elocution, those days of Cicero and Aristotle, they used elocution to command influence and control. So when they talk, they speak, the way they use their words will convince a whole crowd to drop their weapons if they're about to mob the whole nation, or carry their weapons if they were fighting for a cause. Great speakers. Check the people that know how to speak. Ojukwu was one of them. No wonder. Because if he could speak like that, I mean, everybody will follow him to form. You say, okay, this guy speaks so well. Let's give him his own nation, Biafra. And that's how he used, very charming speaker. Another one was Nnamdi Azikiwe. Speaks. The one that is surprising is Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. If you hear these people speak, you would think it's Clark Gable from Gone with the Wind speaking. Winston Churchill, another great speaker. Winston Churchill was so good that he was a frivolous man, like drinking and, doing all sorts. So there was one time, one woman, so he was inebriated. He was a bit drunk. Then the woman just looked at him and said, Winston, you are so reckless that if I were your wife, I would poison you. Winston Churchill looked at her. If you were my wife, I would drink the poison willingly. And he had all those repartees and ways of, answering. I read a book called Repartee, and I studied the art of clapbacks. Titus, what's wrong with your clone? So I studied it. It was fantastic. I mean, you hear, and those ones are a very advanced level. Let me give you an example. So there was one old actress and a new actress. So this new old actress wanted to pass through the door. At the same time, the new actress, who was the rave of the moment, wanted to pass through the door. So the new actress gave her the way and told the old actress, age before beauty. That means old people should pass before beautiful people, So she just said, age before beauty. The old lady gracefully told her, thank you. Pearls before swine. Then walked in. So those are the kind of elocution that I look for. Those are the kind of elocution that I practice, actually. Because a broadcaster that is well prepared will know how to answer a question, because the answer will just come from somewhere, and it just is a classic answer. And that's true preparation. All right, let me get into it. How do you become the perfect person that elocutes? You have to study every day. For 30 years, I've been studying. I watch movies, I watch TV series, I am taking a note. I have the Note app. I'll give you some of my excerpts from my Note app. Something that I even got yesterday night as I was watching. I said, oh, I like this phrase. And I'll show you how to use such phrases and develop them into your own language. You should have your own style. You cannot come and say, hello, everybody, like what I see on social media. Elocution, the digital age has forced elocution on everybody. Before, we used to have this traditional person-to-person elocution. Hello, how do you do? The answer, the person is supposed to say, how do you do? Then I say, fine, thank you. And you? He said, I'm fine, thank you. So we used to have those ethics, but now, the digital age, we don't have person-to-person communication again, because it's all about social media. And that has gone bonkers. Because in social media, you don't really have, someone can be undergoing depression, and there's a nice post, and the person will just put laughter. The person is not really laughing. They're just expressing emotion that, oh, okay, this is funny. Or if all things were equal, I would laugh at that. But that's not the true representation of your state of mind at that point. That's the disadvantage of the digital age and the old age of communication and elocution. So I want to see, hey, I shake your hand, grip hand, firm grip. I go, hi, how you doing? I said, fine, fine. So the thing that we discussed last time, so what's the progress? And you go, well, I don't know. The thing is, it's okay. It's okay. The person, I say, no, the way you're saying it, it's not okay. So what's going on? And the person starts telling you, and you guys, proffer a solution to what the person is facing, and it's done because it's person to person. But if you do it on social media, hi, how are you? I'm fine. What's happening? Oh, we thank God, everything is fine. Everything is not fine. That's why sometimes you see someone posted the next day, they're dead. Why? Or they killed themselves. Why? Because they were just pretending on social media, trying to keep up with the Joneses. Oh, I'm happy. I am great. I'm fine. Oh, God is this and God is that and everything. But because we don't see your micro expressions, we don't see you, we don't really know what's going on with you. So that's the disadvantage that this modern day elocution has of this digital age. You can never know what truly is going on. How do you become someone, a great speaker, communicator? How do you become that? Let me tell you, if there was a switch or there was information I could give you, that if you get that information now, before you leave this room, you become a great communicator, I don't have that for you. It comes with, first of all, saying, do I really want to be a better communicator? How do you do that? That means I must be ready to study all the time. When I say study, I'm not saying you're going to study, take one large lexicon and be studying and be sweating. No, no. It comes naturally. You're not supposed to do it all the time. But when you see something, you take it. And when you take it, you now put it in your note app. Let me give you an example. On Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I used to present the show. So I presented that show. I never used any script, said everything from the top of my head. Never used the teleprompter, never. Why? Because I've learned so much. The teleprompter is in my brain. So the producers had a problem. So when I go for rehearsals and I start, I go, hi, welcome to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Or I go like, hello, my name is Frank. Welcome to the show that is titled By a Silly Question. Who wants to be a millionaire? Silly. Everybody wants to be a millionaire. So if you want to get a chance, just dial 132 using this line and you could be a part of it. So I do that one first. They say, okay, cut, Frank, the lights weren't right. Let's start again. All right. That's okay, go. Then I go. Hello and welcome to the show that is setting the whole nation of Nigeria agog. Who wants to be a millionaire? Now, when I say millionaire, it should be aptly titled multi-millionaire because the price is 10 million naira. You'll be a multi-millionaire just like that. Well, of course, you have to answer 15 questions, use 3 lifelines, and hey, Bob's your uncle. You're a millionaire. Are you ready? Dial 132. While you're thinking about it, let's see what's in the minds of these contestants as we introduce them and find out who among them will be the one to play first. You ready? Let's meet them. They caught. They say, Frank, that's not the same script. I said, yeah, no, I forgot that script. That script is gone. I know. It's okay, Frank, stick to the script. I said, fine, fine. All right. Frank, are you ready? I said, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hi. Don't adjust your TV set because truly you are looking at an Akwa Ibom man. This is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire settling for Nigeria in Nigeria for an astounding amount of 10 million naira. Think of what you could do with that. 10 million naira. Apart from the fact that you could get a car, at that time you could get a car, I thought you could get a house. You could even fire your own boss. That's right. Immediately you get the money, go to his office and say, ciao, walk out with your head high and go start your own business. Now, but you know you have to do this after winning the top prize, right? 15 questions, 3 lifelines. Let's go. And they looked at themselves because they were foreign people there. They said, the guy was looking at me and said, he doesn't have a script, does he? The Englishman said, it's not that he doesn't have a script. He has thousands of scripts in his head. You understand? So he said, you are lucky. All right. So you know what? Any script you see, they're all fine. let him use it. And that's what I've done. It's because of the practice and the learning every time that I look, I watch. Why is he saying that? What's the meaning of this word? Oh, I can start the show with stuff like that. I could do this. I could, I could start the show with statistics. I can say, okay, statistics. I'll be like, hey, hello, everybody. Welcome to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? 10 million, 140, 3, and 15. I say, all those are not lottery numbers. Those are statistics that have to do with the show, because 10 million is what you can win on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. 140 are the countries that have done this show all over the world. And then I go 3, number of lifelines you have to win if you want to answer 15 questions. Now comes down to one task. Dial us right now on 132. So I do all that in my head because I am prepared. It's not that I'm too talented or anything. I have learned it, and you can too. You can, I assure you, whatever you're doing, if you're presenting a podcast or you have products to market on Instagram, you cannot come and just say, hello, everybody. Now I have to have this product and service here. And if you want to be a part of it, bye, then go. No. I'll just be shocked. I'll scroll because you didn't tell me anything. You have to think, what's the most interesting way I can intrigue you? And how can I say it so nicely that if the product doesn't get you, the way I say it will. Those are the things you have to, realize. You are just lucky that this is the digital age. Those days, Femi Obong will attest to it. Those days we used to trek to go and borrow books to read and return the next day that same time. I used to read books, Enid Blyton, The Magic Faraway Tree, Amelia Jane, Secret 7, Famous 5, what? We used to read a lot of Enid Blyton books. We'll read it. The Wishing Chair, The Magic Faraway Tree. See, when you read, you can talk. You cannot get that skill of elocution from Instablog. No, you can't. You can go there for entertainment value. But if you really want to be somebody that knows how to speak, you have to work on yourself. So you know how you're going to work on yourself? Start reading the classics. Let's start reading Treasure Island. Start reading Oliver Twist. That's Charles Dickens. You have to read all those classic books so that you now familiarize your way with the style of writing. Then, see, look, it might be like a task. It's not a task. Don't go reading the book saying, oh, I want to find out how to. Just read it for entertainment. And when you come across something that you like, you take it. I'll show you what I do right now. Then you will know how I structure my elocution. Elocution in this age, you guys are lucky, so lucky. So lucky. Do you know all those books I said? You can download them free of charge and read. But nobody does. Nobody reads. Right? That's the irony. Right now we have AI that you can tell AI, summarize a farewell to arms for me. And I want like a 15-minute summary. It will spit it out. All you have to do is just start reading it and know the story and everything. Do that every day and see how your life will change in terms of elocution. You don't have to, look, you need to stand out. Otherwise, we won't have associations like this. You need to stand out. You need to stand out. And the way I stand out is just by speaking. Even on Twitter, any posts, how many minutes? 2 minutes. I've spoken for 28 minutes. Abasimimbo, are you serious? Wow, I spoke for 28 minutes. Okay, let me quickly. let me quickly show you. The way to sound different is this. If you come across something that you like, take that thing and put in your notes app, and every day just read that thing that you wrote. It will now be part of your repertoire. Let me give you an example. I have a lot. Let me just read a few. So when many years ago, people started insulting me on Twitter, So when they started insulting me on Twitter, my friends would say, be the big man. But me, as I was born in Kano, Sabongeri, the area, I'm an area boy. Forget all those English. Area boy, Sabongeri, Kano. That's where I was born. So when someone is insulting me, I'm thinking, these people are just, and the thing is this, when they insult you and you don't answer, another person will come, they are like, they are like little demons, a connection. So I just said, you know what? I'm stopping. I will answer them. But I did the first answer directly in a street kind of manner. And people were saying, oh, you're too big for that. I said, okay, how can I reply these people? Let it be classy. That is the thing that stuck. So the first guy that came and said, hey, Frank, you are just known for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire alone. What else have you done? I said, oh. I said, you do know that there has to be something in your life that makes you stand out. Makes you stand out. But because of that, you lack the verisimilitude to occupy the space that I orbit. That was what I did that first time. So everywhere stopped. People were like, what is going on? What's that? What did you do? So I'm like, so the guy started laughing. I said, I'm very amused. I say, I like it when I throw an insult and the receiver has to go to other people so that they will know the meaning of the insults. I just, so I started like that. And look, one guy said, oh, you are very foolish. What was I saying? I was just talking about Chelsea Football Club. By the way, I'm a Chelsea fan. So, and there's no applause. That means Arsenal people are here. But do you know, someone said, Frank, you are foolish. I just said, hey, Chelsea, we're not strong enough, but at least we're bigger than some clubs. At least we have 2 Champions League to our name. Do you know what? The guy now said, Frank, you are foolish. Then I said, in a classy manner, I said, I actually agree. Sometimes I am. But you see your father, he's the head of our WhatsApp group. And so people will say, oh, why are you insulting? They say, oh, why are you insulting somebody's parents? I say, but me, I'm a parent too now. You started with it. I'm a parent too. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. My mates were telling me, I'm sure Femi them, they'll be like, oh, Frank, why are you doing this? No, you are bigger than this. I said, no, I'm not bigger than this. So I'm not bigger than this. When Who Wants to Be a Millionaire came back after a 5-year hiatus, the license went to a new company. So they did an audition for 76 people. When they finished, they looked at the auditions, they looked at themselves, they looked and said, that very week while they were trying to choose, I think somebody said something to me, then I was trending, you understand, because I answered the person. They then said, don't we call this Frank, is he available? Why don't we call him? So they called me, had a meeting with me and said, hey, Frank, we are the owners of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire license. I said, how? You own the license now? He said, yes. I said, oh, so why are you coming back to me? There are some young guys that you could, he said, no, Frank, we didn't want to take a chance. I said, yeah, but, you can take a chance. I know a couple of people that I know could do the show. They said, we had to come back to you. I said, tell me why you have come back. You know what they said? We know you still have it. I said, how do you know? I've not presented any program. He said, yeah, but we know you on Twitter. So the thing that I was trying to avoid, if I was like a big person, nobody will know that I still have it, which is very strange. And I did I'm still the host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So it just shows you that elocution in any way is very, very necessary. Before I go, let me tell you the words I see. Okay. So I host events. I saw this one somewhere and I crafted it to be. So instead of saying, after someone makes a speech, so I want to say, hey, oh, that was a nice speech. Thank you very much. Very, very great speech. I like the way it was delivered. What I say instead was, thank you, sir, for that wonderful speech. From what I heard from the contents of your speech, I know you have the rare distinction of being a superlative human being. Thank you. If I want to introduce someone, I say, oh, he did this, he did that, I'll say, this man has attained in all facets of his life, personal, business, philanthropy. And with all these achievements, you would think that someone will have their heads in the clouds. But this man is a man of matchless modesty. Ladies and gentlemen, so I speak differently. When I go ever and come back, you cannot speak like me. Why? I'm constantly changing, learning, adding new things. And that's why I encourage you to do. You can do a lot by just listening. If you hear something, you change it to your own words, keep it in that your note app. Every day, read it, read it, read it, read it. Soon you'll be talking and it will just be part of you. Like when when someone came and, okay, like that wonderful introduction you gave me, if you give me that kind of introduction, I want to show you that, oh, man, this introduction is great. I won't say anything. I'll just say, oh, be still, my beating heart. You see how I did that? That one, I saw it in a cartoon. So the guy says, my heart is beating. I can't make it still. I was like, hey, that's true. And I took it. I said, okay. So when someone gives me, accolades, I'll say, be still, my beating. I put it there. If you are between the devil and the sea, the devil and the deep blue sea, I say there's another way to say it, between Scylla and Charybdis. It is a fable. It is a story that when someone was Scylla was a big rock and Charybdis was one like ocean that looked like an inferno. So you have to say things differently. And that's just my style. That's my secret. Say things differently. And once you do, it is, see, let me just show you. See all this. All that. All from watching movies, from reading, from taking things. I watched Macbeth, Denzel Washington, Macbeth. He said the face doesn't hold. He said the face cannot show the true construction of the mind. I was like, what did this guy just say? I rewound it. The face cannot show the true construction of the mind. That means what your mind is planning, sometimes your face doesn't show. So I'll use it. So deceit. So if they say, that guy is very deceptive, I say, well, in most cases, the face cannot show the true construction of the mind. Bam. The message is passed across, but boy, what a message. So what I'm telling you to do is do it differently. You cannot speak better. You cannot speak like Titus by just, well, maybe not like Titus, because Titus is like, 7 years ago, our forefathers brought upon this continent, great nation, conceived on liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, but he does it so very well. One of the best MCs I have met, he MC'd that one Chrisland event. I walked up to him and said, hey, how much do you charge? So the trick, I want, if they allow me to have 2 male MCs at any event, I'll bring him. He'll do all the work, and I'll collect. We'll share the money, but he'll do most of the work because he is so good at it. And he didn't get there by just sitting back. You see, because of all these things, he shows you that he is very focused. He's an advocate for you learning. This man, he chased me for like 6 months. He's my friend. So whenever he sends me, I'm like, oh, what's this Oyibo man looking for again? So I'll look. I say, oh, this. So I just said, okay, I promised to call you. I failed 2 times. So I was embarrassed. I called him. I said, he said, hey, that is next week. I said, it's next week. I said, don't worry. I'm going to be here not because we are friends, but your resilience is something else. And that's the resilience. That's the resilience I want you to have. See, this speaking is nothing. When I was a kid in Kano, we spoke Pidgin English. My dad, mom, we still now, my mom, I speak Pidgin, but she always tries to speak English with me. She'll be like, Frank, don't say that. I say, Mom, see, leave all this thing now. Leave all these things. So she'll remember I'm the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire host and tries to impress me. I say, Madam, we used to speak Pidgin English. Calm down, So I want you to know that. And before I leave, I want to tell you something about my mother. I'm a Chelsea fan, so much that on Twitter, they made me Chelsea president of Nigeria. I don't know why. There's no association. No. They just said, you are president. I say, why? He said, shut up, you are president. Because I'll be fighting with Arsenal fans and everything. So the last time we played Arsenal, what was the score? 5. Arsenal beat us like 5-0. Femi is laughing because you're a Chelsea fan too. They beat us 5-0, and my mother is the only one in our family that is an Arsenal fan. 5-0. So I saw her missed call. She's in America. I saw her missed call. I said, I blocked. I said, no, I'm not going to call. So she sent me a message. I said, hello, son. I saw that tweet. Yeah. She said, hello, son. I've been calling you. You have not picking. Please call me because I want to pray for you with 5 prayer points.
Frank Idoho is a renowned Nigerian TV host, filmmaker, and photographer, best known for hosting the popular TV show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He holds a degree in animal science from the University of Calabar, where he was also a rap artist under the stage name MC Frank. His broadcasting career began at the Cross River State Broadcasting Corporation, followed by a stint as a breakfast show anchor for the Nigerian Television Authority Channel 9, Calabar. In 1999, Frank joined Metro FM 97.6, where he gained recognition as a radio show host. However, his big break came with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which brought him nationwide fame. Beyond TV hosting, Frank is a skilled voiceover artist, having lent his voice to campaigns for top brands like Vogue Fruit Juice, First City Monument Bank, and Unilever Nigeria PLC. After his time on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Frank co-hosted the international TV show The Price is Right alongside Emmanuel Adcn, also known as Manning. His contributions to the media industry has earned him several accolades, including the Youth Ambassador Awards by Fly Networks, Best TV Presenter of the Year 2006 by City People Magazine, and Male TV Presenter of the Year 2008 by the Nigerian Kids' Choice Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing our keynote speaker for today, Frank Idoho. Oh yeah, yeah. I wanna be a billionaire. Billionaire. I wanna be a billionaire. Billionaire.
Thank you very much for that speech. How do I say it? You are a rare personality that possesses superlative quality. Was I correct? Yeah. You said you were going to share with us some items, right? So we'll get that through the president, I guess. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
okay.
you, sir.
Thank you. And of course, if you've got questions, please, if you can go join the YouTube session, put the questions there. We could take the questions from there. It'll be easy for us to assess them. Thank you very much. I was going to sing a song. I don't know if you know the song. Oh, some people love it when you lose. Give it story. I'm not sure you know the song. That should be Georgia Magbemi's song. Right, right. Please, that's amazing. Okay, we are now going into the session where we'd have the next speaker. All right.
Yes, the next speaker. And before we do that, she'll be talking about personal branding for diction coaches. And you know, as diction coaches, we all need personal branding, don't we? Of course, I know I do need personal branding, and we all do so. But before we go into introducing who is going to help us out with this, we want to listen to her profile.
Absolutely, DJ,
so,
let's go.
Can we please listen to that before we call her on stage?
Omotosho Ajayi is a marketing and communications professional, adding long-term value to the bottom line of brands through integrated marketing, communications, public relations, brand management, and personal branding. She leverages branding and communications as a tool for reinforcing value proposition, which leads to improved financial performance, higher productivity, brand recognition, and customer satisfaction. She is the lead consultant at Stage Africa Media and Advisory, where she oversees strategy and execution for organizations and executives, providing marketing, brand management, public relations, advisory, and personal branding services.
Okay, so the first session, session A, stand out, personal branding for diction coaches. And the person that's doing this for us is Toyosi Ajayi, lead consultant, Stage Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Toyosi Ajayi.
She comes to the stage. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, diction coaches in the house, consultants and young adults like myself. I'm really excited to be here. Omotoyosi is the name. I think my profile read Omotosho. Omotoyosi Ajayi is my name. And I'm really excited to be in your midst this afternoon. A very good afternoon to all the speakers in the house. Thank you so much, Frank. I was telling myself, be still my heart. And so I jotted down some really important things that you had said, and I'm going to take a cue from that as well to be intentional about curating nuggets that jump out at me so that I could also use them when the occasion demands, right? And so when my sister and my colleague, Olu Dolapo, reached out to me to say that Adcn was having the first of its kind, and she would like me to come on board to speak about personal branding. I don't know, is there an echo? Is this mic, does it work? Is it good? Okay, and she said she wanted me to speak about personal branding. I was really excited because personal branding is my playground. It's a topic that I'm very passionate about because I believe that every professional must be able to communicate what they do and do that in a very great way. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think this is better. So the topic before me is personal branding for elocutors. 1 minute, I'm just trying to pull up my slides. Okay. Please, can you help me pass my bag? Let me use my phone. I think the internet is affecting the slide coming up. Thank you. I just want to take my phone. Let me just. That's fine. I'm good. Yes, so the topic before me this afternoon, unleash your potential, the power of personal branding for diction coaches. And so I had said earlier that when it comes to the topic of personal branding, I feel that we need to constantly make noise about it because it's a game changer. I started building my personal brand as a professional about 5 years ago. And one thing I like to say is that when you look at personal branding, you look at it from a perspective of sowing. You know, when a farmer is sowing, nobody knows when you are sowing per se. And then when you do all of that hard work, and then the rain comes down, what now begins to happen? It begins to germinate. The seeds begin to sprout out. Then the rewards keep coming and keeps coming. And so the concept of personal branding is that as a professional that has a skill, as someone that knows how to do something, as someone who is talented, you are doing excellent work. Personal branding is saying that it is not enough for you to hide all of that greatness in you. We're saying that personal branding is that concept that allows you to talk about all the excellent things you're doing. You know, even in the scriptures, it says that you can't light a lamp and put it under a bushel. That's what personal branding is about. You are good at something, you need to let the world know what you are good at. You are talented, you are skilled, you do excellent work. We find in today's world that a lot of professionals, you get a lot of accolades, you do excellent work, and then you just hide all of that. And so, even when it comes to the imposter syndrome is something that has affected a lot of us in the past. And that's why we constantly are talking about the power of personal branding. We are constantly saying that we can no longer hide in the background. We can no longer allow other people to take the opportunities to walk into those open doors simply because they are building their personal brands and we are not. And that is why we're here today to say, what exactly is personal branding? What exactly is personal branding? And in a way that we can all relate to it. For example, if I say just do it, what brand comes to mind? Nike. How come we all know that just do it is synonymous with Nike? Because Nike is a brand, right? They've built over the years. Another question I would like to ask is, when we think of Coca-Cola, Nigerian breweries, and we see the way they constantly pump money into advertising over the years, but we already know them, why don't they stop? Coke is constantly sponsoring different campaigns, working with business owners. Why is it that Coke has not stopped? Since we all know Coke, they are constantly in that PR space, in that marketing space. And so what I want us to understand today as professionals, as the way you see the likes of MTN constantly sponsoring music, sponsoring football, sponsoring different initiatives and being out there, the way we see Coke constantly pushing out the brand, those are corporate brands. That's brand management for corporate brands. The concept of personal branding is saying that as you are seated here this afternoon, looking at me, you as an individual, you are also a brand. You are a brand all by yourself. The way you are working for your organization, that is a brand, is the same way you as an employee, you are a brand. So when you think of personal branding, think of it this way, that the way people are managing an organization, where they have the comms department for the organization, they have a finance department, they have this, they have that. You are also a brand. So you need to get that to say, me as Omotoyosi, I am a brand all by myself. So what that then means is that there's a way you need to manage yourself as a brand. So when you are doing it for a corporate organization, we call that corporate branding. And when it now comes to you as an individual, it is now called personal branding. So that is the meaning of personal branding. It now means that every style, every objective, every initiative that is used to build a corporate brand, the same applies to a personal brand. So it means that if people go to tell stories about MTN, they are saying the excellent things that MTN is doing. It's the same vein. Me as Omotoyosi, as a personal brand, I also go out there to talk about the good work that I'm doing. I go out there to help people to see what is unique to me, my talent and my skills. I don't begin to hide it to say I am shy. I don't want people to think I am proud. No. If MTN is doing something exciting, they don't begin to hide it. They make noise. You see them in the TV, you see them in the papers. It also means that you as a person, you need to be intentional. At the beginning of this year, I remember December last year, because I had the marketing department at my organization. When I was done creating the marketing strategy for my organization, I opened PowerPoints and I started creating the marketing strategy for Omotoyosi, me as a personal brand. That's what I want you to understand. You cannot wake up every morning and be thinking that, what am I doing? You as a person, you are also an organization. So when I was done creating the strategy for my company, I started creating my own strategy. It means that me as an individual, what am I doing in Q1? How am I showing up in Q2? What am I doing in Q3? How am I accessing opportunities in Q4? Do you see? And so that's how you build your personal brand. It's understanding that you are a product. As you are seated, you are a product. All of the skills you have, all of the talents that you have, everything that makes you you, your profession, what makes you tick is what makes your personal brand. Now, there's this very interesting quote of personal branding that I like. It says that your personal brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. Your personal brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. Now, if you take 10 of my friends from different, maybe friends from secondary school, friends from university, friends at my workplace, and you put me out of the room and you ask them that who is Omotoyosi? What the 10 of them will say about me, that's exactly who I am. Whether I like it or not, that's who I am. So because I built my brand and because there's a perception I've built about myself, you will hear people say, Omotoyosi is driven. Omotoyosi likes to put in all in everything she does. She stands for excellence. She's this, she's that. Now, if it was that people are saying something else that I'm not, and I don't want them to say about me, it means that I have failed to build my personal brand. Now, if you don't build your personal brand as a professional, you give people the opportunity to say anything they like about you, and that's what you are. If you now know that what people are perceiving about me is really not what I want them to perceive, it now means that you have not done your assignments. If you want people to say, oh, Oludolapo is an excellent diction coach. Did you even see the event she moderated last week? It was superb. She does this, she does that, she does this, she does that. The reason why people can be saying that is because Oludolapo has been putting herself out there. She has been communicating what she stands for. I want you to understand that as a diction expert, you should have a mission statement for yourself. What is your mission statement? What is your vision statement? What are your core values as an individual? It is not only brands like Nike and Coca-Cola that have all of that. You need to create a brand strategy, a content marketing plan for yourself as an individual. The same way organization operates is the same way you as a personal brand should operate. When your organizations are creating social media calendar, you also need to create your own social media calendar. You will target social media calendar for Omotoyosi 2024. This is my Instagram social media calendar, my LinkedIn social media calendar. You don't leave it to chance. If you don't do it, people outside, whatever it is, they can define you. They define you by that. And you will not like it. But that's exactly what it is. What people say about you when you are not in the room is exactly your personal brand. If you are very good at something and you don't tell people that you are good at it, how do you want to access opportunities? That's why we see a lot of people, they are entering powerful rooms, they are doing powerful things, and you'll be looking at them, that this lady was my junior sister. She was in my junior sister set that year. When did she rise up this fast? That's the difference between someone that is actively building their personal brand and you, that's all your achievements, you are just keeping it under the table. At your office, your boss will tell you, great job, that presentation was superb. What are you supposed to do next as a professional? You are not telling any stories about the excellent work that you do. You are not giving us the tea on the challenges that you faced, on how you arrived at a solution, on how you saved your office, on how you made money for your company. How then do we want to access opportunities when we are not talking about the good work that we do? And that's why I've come here this afternoon to let us understand and to charge us that enough of leaving money on the table, enough of leaving opportunities on the table, enough of playing small, enough of the imposter syndrome. I've seen it happen so many times. I hear professionals saying, I don't think I can do it. What if people laugh at me? Why do I need to be telling my story? People will think I'm proud. It's a lie. That's not pride. You are not telling lies. It's not pride. If you do excellent work, you need to shout it out. If there's a talent that you have, people need to know about it. Because guess what? If people don't know about the excellent work that you are doing, when the opportunity comes, nobody is going to recommend you because they don't even know that you do it. That's the concept of personal branding. You can't just leave it to happenstance. What can personal branding do for you? It can attract opportunities to you. It can also command premium rates. When we talk about personal branding, from the things you've heard me say, I want you to give me 1 or 2 examples of people in our society today who have successfully built their personal brand and who are still building it. Anyone? Thank you. Okay, nice. Wait again, Nigeria brand chick, I heard that. Okay, when I mentioned Tony Elumelu, what also comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? Do you know how Tony Elumelu leveraged himself as a personal brand to build all his conglomerates? To the extent that all of his staff, everyone that works with him, are now also putting themselves out there. Dupe Olushola, who knows Dupe Olushola of Transcorp? You see how she comes out. She's at board meetings. She's talking about it. She's unapologetic. Okay, do you want to call her proud? How is she proud? She's doing the work, and she's showing you that she's doing the work. When their numbers come out at the end of the year, she will tell you they've made profits. She's telling you that she's working hard. It is by doing that that a bigger organization will see her, maybe a global organization. They will say, Dupe Olushola, you know what? We want to triple what they are giving you at Transcorp. Head over to Amsterdam. But if she was not showing us her processes, how will she get more opportunities? No, just tell me how. Maybe there's something I'm missing. But when people are sitting down in powerful rooms and they are thinking that who are the top female executives in Nigeria, Dupe Olushola's name will come out. Why will her name come out? Because you already know her. How did we know her? Because she was constantly showing up. She was constantly talking about her achievements. She would talk about her struggles. She would talk about everything that she's doing. And that's the concept that we're talking about today. You can imagine if Dupe Olushola was just hiding all of those things and saying, I want to be modest. Hello, in the 21st century, you can't be modest about your professional life. It's the bitter truth. And honestly, I'm introverted is not an excuse. There's a personal branding strategy, even as an introvert. There's something for everyone. So I'm here to say, enough of ripping ourselves, enough of being in misery to say, what else can I do? What next? It looks as if opportunities are passing me by. How do I make progress? If you look back in time, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if you cast your mind back to your professional self, you would remember a lot of initiatives, a lot of causes you have championed, a lot of amazing projects you have worked on, but nobody knows about it. That's very bad. So I want us to begin to think about it very critically. We're in a digital age. If you type personal branding online, a lot of resources are available for you. You can even go as far as telling ChatGPT, I'm a diction expert. I've done this, I've done that, I've done that. I have not been building my personal brand. I no longer want to leave money on the table. Can you create a simple personal brand strategy for me for the rest of this year? How do I even start? You start by conducting a SWOT analysis for yourself. You also have to be passionate about yourself. If you are in a 9-to-5 and you are earning salaries, that's just one stream of income. Another stream of income is you. You as an individual, you can begin to make money for yourself. Let me tell you what personal branding can do for you. If you're in an organization and there's a recession and the organization is looking for how to lay off some people, if you have a strong personal brand, no organization can lay you off. Because in that your personal branding, you would have been talking about your organization on all digital channels, on traditional channels. Your CEO is seeing you. Your director is seeing you. When they are having those meetings, they will say, no, Toyosi cannot leave. Oh. Because when she leaves, who is going to be the ambassador of the company? Who is going to be talking about the work that we are doing? Meanwhile, that's just one angle to it. Another angle is that if anybody lays you off, before they even lay you off, multiple jobs are waiting for you because people already know your brand. I was telling my HR 2 days ago, I said that we need to really investigate our employee retention strategy. That what is your plan to retain good employees? I say I'm saying this because people are asking. This year alone, if I want to be modest, I've gotten at least 10 daunting roles from LinkedIn. I don't even apply. I think I stopped applying to roles 3 years ago. But senior roles are constantly entering my LinkedIn. I'm constantly referring my colleagues because I'm not ready to leave where I am. So I'm constantly referring them. I told her, I said even the directors know because they said I should not go yet. But if I want to go today, you already know 10 jobs are waiting for me. I'm the one that just be selected. Senior roles. Because, so if, for example, the organization says, we are tired of you, go. I will not even flinch. I will just go to my LinkedIn, look at the most recent, ask them, are the jobs still available? Because I built a personal brand. If you Google my name, if you Google your name today, what do we want to see there? You need to be intentional about building your personal brand. People need to know what you stand for, what makes you tick, what your professional life is about, so that when they are looking for talent in that area, your name comes to their head. The reason why I get called for personal branding engagements is because my colleagues and friends, they already know that when it comes to personal branding, when anybody just mentions personal branding, my name comes to their mind because I've been championing this cause for years and I live in it. When I'm working on a project, I'm on LinkedIn talking about the project. When I finish a certification, I'm putting it out there that I just completed this. It took me XYZ. I went through a lot, but this is it. Here we are. I don't hide it under a bushel. I'm not proud. That does not make me proud. Even when I'm at my low times, I share it. So the concept of personal branding is not saying that you begin to share everything about your life, the intimate details. No, we are saying there's a strategy for showing up online and showing up offline in a powerful way. What events do you need to attend? What's your approach to networking? What social media profiles are you most conversant with? How are you showing up? What do people know you for? How do you access more opportunities? How do you communicate what makes you special? Because in the world we are today, we constantly need to find opportunities. So I'm telling you this afternoon that you need to wake up, you need to show up, and you need to stand out. In the industry that you are today, there's a lot of opportunities that have not been harnessed. A lot of gold mines, a lot of things that when you start working on it, you begin to pave the path for other people. That can only happen when you are building your personal brand. And personal brand is also a journey of consistency. It's consistency that actually helps you to reap the benefits. For example, I mentioned ChatGPT the other time. If ChatGPT gives you a 6-month strategy and you do it for only 2 weeks, that's nothing. You've not started. You have to keep going. Personal branding is not also the concept of fake it till you make it. That is not personal branding. Personal branding is tell your story exactly as it is. Walk people through your journey and let them be inspired. So this is just to really just charge us up, to get us fired up. And I encourage everyone here today that your leisure, read up on personal branding, make up your mind that in the last quarter of this year, I am going to start from somewhere. I'm going to read more, understand it, and start building my personal brand. I wish us a beautiful experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I know we can do better than that. Let's all put our hands together to thank Madam Toyosi for that insightful session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats and please don't forget to leave. Don't leave the money on the table. Remember that. Don't leave the money where?
On the table.
Don't leave the money on the table. All right, we're going now to our first panel. This mic has just come alive. I feel it now. Feels really good. We're going now to our first panel, and there we'll be talking or discussing effective communication and strategies. But before we do that, I think it's high time we took some questions based on the first speaker's point of view and, of course, the second speaker's submission. Do we have questions? I'm going to just take 2 questions for Mr. Frank Idoho, who has 2 questions, 1 question rather. I need just 2 people who have questions. Nobody. You got the whole point. That's amazing. How about personal branding? Do we have questions? Do we have questions on personal branding? Anybody? Now, this is the thing I don't want to see, where coaches aren't confident enough to take the microphone to talk about their opinion. I don't want to see that. I beg you. You have a question? Yeah, I think I owe you $1 million. You've got my checkbook, right? Okay. All right. Hold on. You have a question, yeah? Okay. Not a question. Not personal branding. On what? For Mr. Frank Idoho? Just an elocution. All right, shoot.
So, good day, everyone. I have a question. So, as a diction coach, because I happen to be one, and I work in an organization, like I have to be there every day, and I observe that people are intimidated when they see you or they hear the way you speak. They get to feel some sort of way. So my question is, how do you stop them from feeling that way towards you? Because when they see you, hear you speak, they immediately feel like you're intimidating them. And they're trying to be like, oh, who's this? I'm way older than you, like I've been places or stuff like that. So how do you handle a situation like that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your name again, please? What's your name again? What's your name, please? Miracle, Coach Miracle. Please put your hands together for Coach Miracle. Naturally, want to answer that? You want to answer that? Oh, great. Great.
All right. So you say when you speak to people, they get intimidated. Are you frowning when you speak to them? You know, because, you know, it's impossible to intimidate someone with a smile or a joke here, wit and everything, showing them that you are. That's why I say you should look at your audience, recognize your audience, and know how to blend with them. So you can't be all hoity-toity with people that, you know, you go and start speaking big grammar. You have to break it down I don't speak big grammar to everybody. There was a show I hosted. There was an event I hosted. Pidgin English throughout. Pidgin English throughout. There was an event. They told me, I said, okay, Gulda, let me mention. Gulda had one huge event like that. They were inviting VIPs, celebrities. They said I should host. So I was happy. They said, no, you're not hosting. You're going to be the hype man. So they made me hype man. Because of my radio experience, I keyed into it now. I'm like, all right, throw your hands in the air, wave them around like you just don't care. If you get the feeling, jump and hit the ceiling. I was just doing all that. With elocution and broadcasting, you can slip into anything. I can do anything. You give me news to read now, I'll read it. Like we did a reunion at Radio Nigeria. They just said 2 minutes to the news. They just said, all right, so the news is coming up. And Frank, you read it. I said, why? Why am I going to read it? They said 2 minutes. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Read. No time for rehearsals. So there was something they trained us with in Radio Nigeria. It's called sight reading. Ability to rehearse the news while you're reading it. It's called sight reading. So we did that. Femi, you know it now. And yeah, Femi does this. So please, I suspect that you frown at your audience. You, Miracle. I suspect. You go, like, good afternoon. See, let me tell anybody. Let me tell any of you. Listen, I will not take nonsense in this place. No, so you have to smile, break the ice, learn the art of breaking the ice. Yeah, you should learn how to break the ice. It became easier for me over the years because people recognize me. It's a bit easier because all I have to do is just say something about who wants to be a millionaire to break the ice. I can say something like, hi everybody. This is what I do every time. Every time I do it, I say hi. Good evening. My name is Frank. I'm the host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Then I'll now tell them, why is it that every time I say that, nobody claps for me? I mean, I say I'm the host of Who and nobody claps. And I do not start clapping. I said, nah, it's too late. Forget it. It's too late. I said, well, that's Nigeria for you. I said, when we go abroad, I'm breaking the ice. When we go abroad, when we had a conference of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire presenters all over the world, in London, where the show started. So they were introducing us alphabetically by countries. So when they got to N, Nigeria, this guy doesn't know me. He just looked at my profile like you guys did and said, from the largest Black nation in the world comes the youngest of all of you. Because Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is actually presented by older people. So I was lucky to get it young. So comes the youngest of all of you. This man, the crucible of his broadcasting talent has spanned decades. The man is seen as a figure of broadcasting in Nigeria, but importantly, he is suave, debonair, down to heel, drop dead gorgeous. He is a man. This is what this guy was. I was even looking back to see whether this person, drop dead gorgeous. This is, ladies and gentlemen, built it up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Frank. He didn't even know how to pronounce my name. The whole hall of strangers in London, they cheered me. But when I come back to my country, I'll come and stand and say, don't clap, don't clap. I say, my country, I'll just say, well, my name is Frank, the presenter of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Everybody. And so, okay, hurry up. I have time. Hurry up. So that's how you break. So you break the ice with a lot of things. You can talk about a hilarious story you saw on TikTok. You could bring your personal hilarious story of your life. You could even say something informative. You understand? And it will break the ice. And people will not look at you. They'll look at you as their friend. Then, so Miracle, stop frowning.
Okay, so one more question from here. Thank you so much, Mr. Frank. Thank you. So one more question from here. What's your name, please?
Deborah.
Okay, so Deborah has
Her
a
name is
question
Frank?
for us. Her name is Deborah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you very much. So my question is to Mrs.
Oh, you'll see, I guess.
Yes, thank you. Talking about personal branding in regards to children, I am a facilitator an enthusiast about children. I love to teach children. So now, if I want to personalize my branding in the sake, hello, Lolo. Yes. Okay, so if I want to brand myself as a children teacher or kids teacher, I would have to show, when I want to show the picture, can I stand? Thank you very much. I want to show the face of the children while taking pictures, while teaching them, but their parents are not in line with that. Because there is this rule, Montessori rule, you don't show people's children on social media. So for that reason, for so long, for so many years, I don't have all of my jobs online. I go for home tutoring. Well, I've achieved a whole lot of gains. I have a child of 6 years old who reads a newspaper. I started taking out from around 2 years, and by 6, she already knows how to read a newspaper by herself. So, but I cannot do all of this. I cannot post them online because of the rules that I was guided by. So how do I bridge this wall? How do I pass this obstacle and achieve this personal branding?
Thank you very much for that question. And it's a very good one. The answer I will give you now also applies. Yeah, so the answer I will give you now also applies to introverts. So when it comes to personal branding and starting out, social media is just one platform. By social media, what you want to post, the likes of Instagram, is just one medium. And so to address your specific question, there's storytelling, there's thought leadership. So thought leadership, you can begin to do that on platforms. The Punch, Business Day, go for interviews, go for feature appearances, tell your stories of impact. Beyond people seeing the physical pictures of those children, what is your story? What's your journey? Also, what led you to doing what you're doing, and communicate your results over the years across platforms, Leading Ladies Africa, Bella Ninja, Zikoko, go for events, appear in webinars, talk about your processes. As people are hearing you talk, they begin to know that this is what you are doing in that space. You don't have to show the pictures of those children. And then, of course, you would also find parents who are okay with showing their children. And so when you begin to find those parents, leverage on them. But that should not stop you from doing what you need to do.
Mr. Frank, I think Logo has something she wants to say as well.
Yeah. But she didn't tell you she had something. Oh, you are thinking. You know. All right. Why don't you blur the children? Just blur. You could blur their faces, so it's just their voices and everything. I think that, yeah. So you could blur. I'm done actually. So since you think she's, take the microphone and hope the thinking is knowing, eh?
Just quickly, please.
All right, if you work with children, there's something called curated, you can actually curate your space. You don't have to use your school. If you have children that you work with on a regular basis, that means you have relationship with their parents. So it's something you would have discussed with them and just have your own stage set to showcase what you're trying to amplify. And that is all. We have children program everywhere in the world. And of course, there are children participants in it. So that shouldn't be such a hard sell.
Thank you so much, Lolo. I know we have lots of questions, but we are really running behind time. We will take your questions. I promise.
Hopefully.
Do I?
You don't promise.
We will take questions much later.
Okay, we're going.
Now it's time for us to get to the first panel session.
Right.
And please, for us to do so, we want to call on
the moderator.
The moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together
for Omolola Akimbo. Please put your hands together as she does this for us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. We're going to be speaking about effective communication and strategies for 2024. Please permit me to be seated. And just before I call upon our panelists for today, effective communication, while Mr. Frank Edoho was speaking, I was beside one of my colleagues there, and she was like, his voice has changed. Just when you were talking about, and I was like, that's the power. Yeah. That's the power of effective communication and voiceovers, where you have the ability to play with your voice and everyone's attention. And then when he comes back to speaking, it's different. And he's saying something else and it's different. And that is exactly what we're going to be talking about today. But to get the people who will do this justice, would like to call on our ladies first. Omotunde Adebowale David, also known as Lolo the First. Omotunde Adebowale David, Lolo the First. Please play the one for Lolo the First. Please have me. For Lolo.
Omotunde Adebowale David, also known as Lolo the First, is a prominent Nigerian media personality, lawyer, and multi-award-winning actress, best known for her role as Adaku in Jennifer's Diary. She holds an LLB from Lagos State University and a BL from the Nigerian Law School. Lolo the First career spans radio, TV, and stage, including her widely popular Oga Madam Office show on Wazobia FM, which has garnered over 5 million listeners. She has hosted and produced numerous TV and radio shows and interviewed high-profile figures like the former Lagos State First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, and the American ambassador to Nigeria. A successful entrepreneur and philanthropist, she is a single mother of 4. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Omotunde Adebowale David, Lolo the First.
And our second speaker is Mr. Femi Obong Daniels. Please put your hands together.
Femi Obong Daniels.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Please do.
Femi Obong Daniels. With a broadcasting career spanning 23 years, Femi Obong Daniels has continuously evolved in the dynamic industry. He began this journey even before university, exploring various possibilities like disc jockeying, music presentation, talk show hosting, and news reading. In 2010, he found his niche in sports journalism. Femi believes a successful sportscaster bridges the gap between the game, its players, and the fans, acting as the conductor of a grand orchestra of emotions. He has worked with some of the nation's finest talents, including China Acheru, Kal Orakwe, Leye Dada, and Omar Akatuba. Despite challenges, he takes pride in the team built, especially the creation of Femi and the Gang sports show. He has been the head of Cool FM, Niger Info, Arewa Radio, Wazobia FM, and Kids FM. His journey is a testament to creativity, mentorship, and an unyielding desire to break the mold, making significant contributions to redefining sports journalism in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Femi Obong Daniels.
We have only 20 minutes for this session, so we are going to do it very fast. For each question I'll pose to the panelists, please, you have roughly 2 minutes, 3 minutes to do it justice. But I'd like to start with Lolo. We're talking about effective communication strategies for 2024 and beyond. What are the most significant challenges in communication strategies that you have observed over the years, and how relevant is it right now in this new age?
Thank you very much for your question. There's so many parts and sides to communication. The very first question I always ask is, what do you want to communicate? I think a lot of people do not answer that question in the beginning. You don't know what you want to communicate. And half of the time, I see a lot of communicators, you are doing your research when you're seated. Of course, you're not going to effectively do justice to what you want to say. And half of the time, you come across as unintelligent, and probably you do not have a mastery of what you want to discuss. Is it knowing your grammar, knowing how to pronounce is one side of it. Knowing what you want to say is another side of it. Most of the time, I watch TV and radio presenters. I'm like, okay, maybe because how I started with impromptu speeches. I was the queen of impromptu speech in my secondary school. So I'm used to on the spot. It's like I'm born to be spontaneous. My very best happens here and now. And that means before that time, I love knowledge. I do knowledge like I eat. I glean it from everywhere possible. I watch National Geographic. I watch a lot of food. I watch a lot of things that are interesting to me. I watch things that I do not even understand, like space travel. Because everywhere you go, you might just be called on for different things. So my own for any communicator, you need to know how to sieve knowledge for yourself. Because sometimes you don't have all day or all the time to be able to put everything together. But your residual knowledge is what is going to come across every time you are asked to communicate. So for me, I look at this generation, you are so blessed. When I was in school, you had to do your research in a library. But now you can ask your phone anything. AI can do all your research for you. But yet you still find out that people do not use it. So every time you want to communicate, it's not effective. So I think the first thing you should know is, what do you want to communicate? Once you know that, then you'll be able to outline what are the elements in this particular communication I want to do. I think that's a good point.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, to you, Mr. Femi, she just spoke now about knowing what you want to communicate. But we must understand that in this day and age, there's a pressure sometimes to be who you are not. A lot of us here are diction coaches. You approach schools and they tell you there's a certain accent or there's a certain way they want to raise their children, and then you have to be that. How does adopting a certain persona affect effective communication? And is this really the best form of communication available?
All right, thank you. I'd ask, please, that you allow me to say a few things first for a quick minute before I answer the question. And I'm saying it from a point of appreciation, from a point of appreciation to Miss Ajayi here for that. That was enlightening. And when my profile was being read, everything she said just crystallized. Because there were parts of the profile I was like, you know, I didn't know. I'm sure yes. And the profile is there, and it's kudos to the organizers. I didn't send my profile, and I should have. My good friend Titles really chased me for it, but too many things. I spent the last 3 weeks with kids doing debates. But the point is, so it's been 30 years for me, and not 23. And so the profile is about 7 years old. But to Mrs. Ajayi's point, if you don't tell your story, people will tell your story. So just some updating, but thank you very much for that. So the lessons, I already have learned a lesson. And right after this, I'll probably make sure I have a contact and call her and say, how can we make this right? I have a 7-year-old profile online, and I've got to update it. So the question, the trick is to aim to speak right. I'm not a fan of accents. I've never been a fan of accents. And I will tell you this, from my experience, my childhood was pretty British. Not because I was born in England or I grew up in England, like the president of the Adcn here, a man from Awkward, Kent. I was born in Nigeria, but my earliest, my very earliest impressions and push was mostly British. I was surrounded by British neighbors and friends, and I also had the opportunity of traveling a whole lot. And I understand that at the end of the day, your aim is to communicate to whoever that audience is. And sometimes too, and it's tough, because if I've worked with Titus for almost a decade and a half on radio, and I know how tough it's been for him because of his background. It's easier for me. I can switch. I can be speaking, hello, how are you doing? Have you seen this? Have you done that? And they are fine now, waiting you to talk. It depends on the audience. But as teachers and trainers, we always aim to sound right. It's not about the accent. When people ask, yes, our traditions here are largely British. We are colonized by the British and all of that. So that is there. The global influence is American mostly. Even the British kids of today are heavily influenced by American accents. A lot has changed. You are going to struggle to find a British kid in 2024 who is not gonna wanna, everybody does it. So those influences will affect what you do. What you need to bother yourself with is to speak right at all times, enunciate. Try to give value for words and to words. And then you will find out that when you speak, you will be speaking the language you really claim to speak, which is English. And you will be clear, you will be audible to any audience, be it English, American, be it Irish, Scottish. Everywhere you speak, you will understand. And most importantly, if you sound right and you don't bother yourself with accents, even the local person, if they understand English, they'll hear you. And so always aim for clarity. I will always say this, drop the accents if you can. If you can, drop the accent. Try as much as possible. If you do not have it, you don't have it. And you see, here's the funny thing. The foreign speakers can tell when you are not a natural. You understand? So everybody that's going to be Titus, my good friend Oludolapo has been teaching speech for a long time. Do people say call you? Where's Dolapo? Who used to call you MC Dolly? Okay, she stepped out. MC Dolly. Forever she's been doing this. And when you hear her, you can't say, oh, this is American, this is English. This is a Nigerian who understands English, and she's teaching others. So let's aim to be Nigerian. It's okay to be Nigerian and to be able to speak good English.
Thank you so much. Still talking about effective communication. How important is active listening, especially when it comes to our trade and our profession? A lot of us are diction coaches. We are in schools. A lot of us are in the media. Some of us also have our own personal coaching academies that we've put up. How important is open communication and active listening to have profitability in this age?
Listening. It sounds so simple. A lot of people hear, but they don't listen. Listening helps you to be able to understand what is being communicated. But in this generation, I find out that everybody just seems to believe that they are laws to themselves. Whether you like it or not, there are people who have better knowledge than you have. When Mr. Femi Obongdaniel was climbing up, I stood up. Why? because he's my superior. That is how it is. But I found out a lot of people pretend like they want to be taught, but they are not teachable. They just take bits and pieces and they put it together. And every time you do that, it's never complete. Listening means that you want to take a step back and hear what is being said. I like these scriptures that they just say, let he who has ears, let him hear. Don't you think that is like rhetorics? Why would they say let him? It's obvious you have ears. So why would they put emphasis on it again? It's because if you do not listen, you cannot hear. So everyone that is like a diction coach, it goes beyond language that people want you to teach their children. Some want you to teach them etiquette alongside it. Some of them want carriage alongside it. So, but if you go to a potential client and they said, I'm an elocution teacher, I teach diction. I said, yeah, I like it if my children sound British. You know, I just like the way British people carry themselves. You know, I was in a conference and I saw a guy, he was in a suit. Oh my God, he has such presence. And, you know, he didn't even eat on the table. He was just looking at everyone. I was like, wow, I would love my child to sound like this. What did I just say? What did she just communicate to that diction teacher? I want to hear if somebody, I'm an actor, so I would always ask you, what did she really want? She wanted a lot more than language. But if you were not listening, you just introduced yourself as an elocution teacher and a diction coach. She still went ahead to tell you what she really wanted. So at that point, you're thinking, can I deliver on this? Or do I need to call for help? If you had properly listened to her, then you would say, all right, that means you want a more extensive teaching for your child. You want a whole experience. All right, I work for a team of people who does this and this and that. We have people that do image consulting. We have an etiquette teacher. So that means we can actually bring the whole team to be able to help you put your child where you want the child to be. And that might make more sense to her. But if you don't listen, you're just going to be communicating what you think you want to hear. And that's what happens to us during exams. They will say, enumerate, expatiate, enumerate, expatiate. Are they the same? Enumerate means number. Expatiate means open up. But Nigerian scholars will just start to write. And you would have finished that test and gotten 0. And you're wondering how. How many of you have wondered that many people do this IELTS and they fail? And it's English language. Is it not? But they fail the active listening part the most because it's unfortunate. We just always assume we know everything. Anytime you come to a training or you're before a superior, please step back from what you think you know and listen. That is what this kind of training is for. They want you to go beyond just being diction coaches and elocution coaches. They want you to be able to be a wholesome educator so that anytime you are somewhere, even training adults, you can effectively communicate. Some of you might be used to teaching children. How about if your president got a brief from a multinational and they want you to teach some of their staff how to properly speak? Are you going to carry Montessori blocks? But that is what you're used to. But you know that in that space, this will not be needed.
Thank
you need
you.
to upgrade.
Thank you so much. And that will bring us to the very last question, which I'll bring to Mr. Femi. We have less than 5 minutes for this. She just spoke now about upgrading, and that's going to translate into this. How do we keep up with the modern standards and demands? Because younger people are coming up all the time. Some of them are not even professionals. Some of them have no training whatsoever. But unfortunately, they do have the audience. How do we keep ahead of all this sort of pressure and demand?
So the first thing I'd like to say is times are changing, and we must recognize that. Even, and there's, the Bible says, do not say the former times were better than the present times. For some of us who've done this a long time, between Frank and I, between the two of us, I'm sure there's close to 65 years of broadcast, 34, 30. Add Lolo to that, it goes all the way to 80. We've been doing this a long time. And in that time, we have seen the turf change. And sometimes we've also observed with some trepidation, some disappointment, some sadness, that it almost feels like the baton is not properly being handed over from generation to generation. Because our forebears in our line of work were meticulous, they were brilliant, they were scholarly. And we have come at a time, and then there could be many reasons as to why. Some would, depending on who you ask, some people would say commercial broadcasting diluted what broadcasting used to be. And you cannot blame the commercial broadcasters, because at the end of the day, they've got to put numbers into consideration. And if they find somebody who can talk, okay, just go ahead and talk. But you come to a place like this and you see all these diction coaches. Good Lord, if somebody had told me there were this many diction coaches in Nigeria, I would have said no. So if half this audience or a quarter of this audience are actually diction coaches. Hello, okay, better. So if a quarter of this audience are actually diction coaches, then I'm proud, and we should be proud. We may not be perfect, but the fact that this many people are still interested in this line of work, it gives you hope that the future is bright. So as to what to do, we'll just continue with the legacy. Try as much. If I complain about what the quality used to be and what we have now, I should at least be humble enough to take at least part of the responsibility. Yes, because I am a coach too. Every time you turn on the microphone, you inspire people. Most of them you'll never meet. Most of them will never meet you. But there is a kid here who is going to be a great speaker or a great broadcaster because they turned on the radio or they tuned the television one day and they heard you, and you're going to inspire them. We were all inspired, whether you grew up in Calabar like Frank, or you grew up in Ibadan like me, or you grew up in Lagos, I think. Lolo, where did you grow up? Ijebu-Ode. Good Lord, you are very generous for somebody who grew up in Ijebu-Ode. But it really doesn't matter, okay? It's to keep working on it, keep pushing, keep encouraging, and keep learning. Take everything you've learned today. These are decades of experience, literally just handed to you. Take it with pride, keep working, and look, connect, interconnect. And when you do things in your own spaces, I mean, I'm already in conversations with the president of the Adcn. I went to him, he didn't come to me. And I said, we should have something on radio. You know, as the president of the Adcn, it would be, yes, and this is serious. These are my parting shots because we are done. I would expect this association. The association is 58 years old. 58, 1966. Almost as old as Nigeria. And there are some of us who don't really like associations, joining associations. Frank is like that. I'm like that. There are all these associations. And because the reason why is that most associations don't really do what they are set up to do. When Titus told me he was running for president of the ADC, and the first thing I did was laugh at him. I was like, you want to finish yourself? You're just going to finish yourself. But he was so, and that's because I'm so apolitical, and I know he's not very political. I'm like, usually associations become so politicized in this country that you just don't want to have anything to do with them. Not even with the Voiceover Association of Nigeria, or even the NUJ, or BORN for that matter, because there's too much politics. Take away the politics, be professional, make sure you have professionals leading you, and then make connections, make connections. There should be content on radio that features diction coaches. It's not about money. You understand? That tells your story, one after the other. And if we keep working and networking, then the future is bright. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions? Okay. So please, our panelists, please be seated.
I think we can entertain a question or two. So, okay, we have one question over there. What's your name, please?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. To our panelists up there, thank you so much for the discourse today. My name is Franklin Kelechi Okere, representing Port Harcourt, Rivers State. So very quickly, should I, as a diction coach, prioritize the British style of pronunciation in my teaching, given that WAEC and NECO exams are set with a focus on British English and pronunciation?
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
So, the reality is the language is English, and it belongs to the English, whether we like it or not. There are variations of the language, even amongst the British. There are dialectual differences, and you know that. Even amongst them, you know that there is a received pronunciation of RP, they call it the BBC English. And there are parts of the UK you will go to, forget the UK, parts of Great Britain they'll speak English and you'll wonder what they're saying. There's a Cockney accent and all of that. So even there is the educated language. There's a language, they used to call it the language of the Bible. And the same thing applies to every language, by the way. Take the Yoruba Bible, for instance. What Yoruba is featured in literature? Is it Ogbomoso Yoruba? Is it Ijebu? Is it Ibadan? They will tell you it's Oyo, right? Pick up literature from Akwa Ibom or Cross River. What's featured there? It's not the BBO. It's epic, right? It's epic. So, and pick up any Igbo literature, you would find that there's the educated tongue. Now, if they are going to grade your kids using the British system, best teach them with the British system. Remember to let them understand, it's not about sounding funny. If you didn't grow up in the UK, like Titus, you grew up in Calabar or Ibadan, like Frank and I, you can speak brilliant English, no doubt. And again, it does not mean that you cannot learn certain other nuances that can take you to yet another level. I've had occasions where if I'm in London, and I've been in London for about a week, my accent totally changes. I sound very British, to the point where when I tell people I'm from Africa, I'm from Nigeria, they don't believe me. And I won't even know that has happened until my guy calls me from Niger And I'm like, oh, hello, it's been a while. How are you doing? And the guy will be like, Femi, what's up, man? And I'm like, calm down. Sometimes I have to revert to pidgin. Hey, my guy, how you doing now? To be able to reconvert, because it takes time. So yes, teach them the educated tongue. That's the language of learning. It is what is taught even in Britain. Even in Cockney lands, they still use what you call BBC English, received pronunciation. But let them retain their originality as much as they can.
All right, I just want to say one thing about somebody asking, whether you like it or not, to pivot in these times that we're in, you must evolve. If you do not evolve, you will die. No matter how much you like the typewriter IBM, it is no longer relevant. It is a computer age. So whether you like it as diction coaches, whatever, you must learn the language of the time and pivot so that you can still be relevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can do better, please. Let's clap, 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 clap. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists for helping us with this. We have learned a lot. I can say that our eyes have been opened, right? And we have learned how we can make ourselves stand out there and be seen. There's something that stood out for me. Times are changing, so move with the times. Also, learn to be relevant. Learn to be relevant and speak English. Speak clear English. Very good. Thank you so much to our panelists. Now, very quickly, before we take the Goodwill message, we want to call on some vendors. We have vendors here. They have very interesting things for us. Poise Bell Chic. Is she here? Is she here? Okay. So the vendors, please, you have just 1 minute to tell us what you have for us so that we can start preparing towards doing that during the break. So Poise Bell, we have Eagle Pyramid Educational Consultancy. Okay. We have Veracruz Events and Catering and Team Alulab. So please, who is ready now? Are you Poise Bell? The one who is poised to help us for this evening.
Don't I look it?
Tell us what you have. You do look it, ma'am.
Okay. Beautiful afternoon, coaches. My name is Gloria Emmanuel of Poise and Eloquent Academy, and I am also representing Poise Bell Chic. Some people call us Poise Bell Chic, but we are not Poise Bell Chic. We are Poise Bell Chic, and right here we have our boleros, we have our jackets, and today you'll be going home with a jacket for as low as 7,000 naira. If you are getting 3 jackets, you'll be getting them for 18,000. That's about 666. That's 6,000 naira. I'm wearing one of our outfits, and you can see it's worth more than that. We also have dresses. You get 3 dresses for 21,000 naira. Corporate dresses. We have dinner wears too. You could get the 2 for 8,000 naira. For the man, you could get a belt for 4,000 naira. Ladies, belt for 3,000 naira. Visit our stand and you would get a gift. I have perfumes, I have bottles. Don't miss it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you have no reason to go to the gala looking basic because we have Poise Bell Chic here for us. But the next we have here is Eagle Pyramid Educational Consultancy. Please tell us what you have for us.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Yeah, good afternoon, members of the high table. Good afternoon, coaches. Yes, we are Eagle Pyramid Educational Consultancy. We came here with some books, educational materials, and charts. The academic session is about to start, and you'll need some of these resources to help your kids in the different schools, from the nursery, the primary, and the secondary school. And above all, don't you look the way, look at this brooch here.
Look charming, you look charming.
Right? So your presence speaks elegance. So you can visit us at our stand there, and we have the brooches for you here today. And for that, I would like to honor the members of the high table. I'll be giving you the brooches and the members of the BOT and the neck.
Amazing.
coaches. Thank you very much. This is our stand.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, for the MC.
You got okay. Good. That was a fast one.
Biographies, event and catering.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol duly observed. Okay, I'm here to represent Veracruz Events and Catering. We have a stand outside there for your delicious meal. We have jollof rice, we have your small chops. We have good things for you out there. I'm sure you must be famished by now.
Of course we are.
You've been here all morning. Please visit our stand. And again, if you're planning for that good event, we are here. That's what we do. We cater. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for promising to fill our bellies with something scrumptious. Now the next we have, for free. The next we have Team Alolab to tell us what they have for us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. The high table. I'm Oyemi Olusoya, and I have with me Bash. We're here with our aloe vera products. I'm sure you know aloe. And we're going to give you very good discounts. We have the personal care, we have nutritional, we have personal care. So when you come, we're going to give you very good discount. And we love you because we want you to be healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for that. So now we would want to call on one of the very important people we have here to give us his goodwill message. He is
representing the National Association of Proprietors in Nigeria, NAPPS. He is also the founder of Waslat Schools. Ladies and gentlemen.
Emeritus.
Yes, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Wasiu Olaito Ojumadin. Let's put your hands together.
Before we do that, before you come up, sir, please, we need to listen to his profile properly. So can you please give us his profile?
Dr. Wasiu Adumadei. Dr. Wasiu Adumadei is a prolific writer and author of international repute. His area of concentration is in moral books. He is involved in humanitarian services and he's concerned with a high level of moral decadence in the society, hence contributing his quota towards elevating morality through his works. He is an experienced teacher and school administrator for over 3 decades. A multiple award recipient who has taught in several public secondary schools in Lagos State, including prestigious Methodist Boys High School, where he taught economics amongst other responsibilities for over 10 years. He is currently the proprietor and director of studies of Waslat Schools. Dr. Wasiu attended the following institutions to attain his academic status: Lagos State College of Education, now Lagos State University of Education, Lagos State University, Luhansk City University, Ukraine, and European American University, EAU. He is a CEO of Waslat Foundation and President Emeritus of NAPS Lagos State Chapter.
Now, can we put our hands together? To the stage to give us his goodwill message. I'm sure we can do more than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Wasiu Olaito Adumadei. I'm an educationist of over 30 years. The recording says 30 years, but it's over 30 years. Now I'm doing personal branding. That's a goodwill message from National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools. National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools wish to associate with Association of Dictum Coaches in Nigeria. We want to say that we love what you are doing. Anybody that contributes to the development of education in Nigeria is a partner in progress to NAPS. And we want to say that you are partner in progress. I also want to comment that all I've witnessed today has impressed me. When people were speaking, I was thinking that, am I really going to speak here today? All these phonetics, or do you call it accents, that me I don't have. But I know the meaning of communication is when a speaker speaks and the other audience understand. So pardon me, I'm not going to join you in your accent. I'm not an accent push that you have. But I want to say I'm very much impressed with all I've seen today. I'm going to go back home and tell my colleague, members of private school proprietors, that you guys are doing a great job. I'm also going to tell them that you are now branding yourself. So we should prepare to pay more for Dictum Coach. Now Dictum coaches are now become more important, even in our field. And one thing parents now use to assess the quality of education is when they see their children they're speaking like you. When their children is speaking like you, and we proprietor, we like showing off such students. In our adverts, we bring such students out and we say, look, if you enroll your children with us, they will speak English like this. So I want to say this is a good thing, and I want to say this is the beginning of more collaboration between our association and Association of Dictum Coaches. I want to congratulate Mr. Titus for a job well done, and also all the executive members. I'm glad today that I've been able to meet those that have been only opportune to see on the screen physically. I will also report that I saw Frank who want to be a millionaire. In fact, I will take a picture with him. I will use it to brand myself. I saw Lolo and the rest of them. These are people that you don't usually see on the streets. But because I'm here, I've seen them. And I want to make best use of the opportunity. So can we take the picture now before I go? So that I don't forget. For social media.
I'd like to, hello. I'd like to call all the guests, please. Let's take a good picture right now. All the guests on the exalted table. Let's just use this opportunity to take the picture right now. Thank you so much. Sorry for barging into the MC's job, but I just had to do it. Thank you.
I don't know, no. Big baby, don't know. Can you see me coming? Are you ready for me? Ready like cocaine. Bring the latte like rain. When I see me enter, then I go bring you to and down my love. She want to see me talk. I don't give them back to say no, I know. With my many men in my cover. The boy they give them. She knows they will give you a bottom. I think we need to become like us. I think this one is so. Then I will bring you to where I love.
So to conclude my farewell speech, I want to say on behalf of National Association of Proprietors of Private School that this is the beginning of greater collaboration. we shall also be inviting you to our programs to come and speak your English. And we also hoping that our relationship vis-a-vis teaching in our school will become more mutual than it used to be from this day on. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you.
So much for that. We really do appreciate you, and we are honored to be affiliated with this body. That's the NAPS. So next on our event flow is...
Okay, we will now go to have a very warm speech, and of course, that will set the pace for the new
Session B.
Right, Session B. Great. And there we'll be talking about the digital savvy elocutionist. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Ogun State, my state. Put your hands together for Ogun State chapter of the ADCN. If you aren't jealous, put your hands together for
the Lagos State chapter of the ADCN.
Rep your club, rep your club. If you're from Port Harcourt, ADCN, River State, put your hands together for yourself. Rep your club, rep your club. If you're from Abuja, ADCN, Abuja, put your hands together for yourself. I was going to say now, rep your club, ADCN, Kirikiri. Sorry, that's a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going now. Delta, yes.
Oh, yes, we have Delta here.
Why are you aggressive about it? Everyone just say, just Why? Okay.
Okay, so moving on, we have section B.
Right, digital savvy elocutionist. Before we mention the name of the person, and of course you get that name when we listen to the profile. Ladies and gentlemen, listen up.
BB George. BB George is an accomplished diction and public speaking coach with over 15 years of experience. Her extensive career has solidified her reputation as a leading expert, culminating in the establishment of a premier training agency in Nigeria. Nicknamed the tech-savvy elocutionist due to her passion for technology, BB holds numerous certifications: certified Nigerian teacher, certified phonics trainer, certified Microsoft educator, Google certified educator, TEFL certified trainer, Cambridge TKT London certified EdTech trainer, certified to teach diction in over 80 countries. Founding member of the Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria, ADCN, she plays a pivotal role in the field. Posh Accent Academy, Posh Kids Club, and Posh Accent Kids. She serves as the director, CEO, strategist, enroller, and lead trainer. BB has empowered countless individuals and schools to achieve international intelligibility and enhance productivity through the integration of technology and 21st century learning design. She is not just a teacher and teacher trainer, but an exceptional coach dedicated to helping others become more eloquent and polished.
After all of that, and I just kept hearing certified, certified, certified. On the program. You're welcome, man.
After all of that, the hall is hot. And I've heard a lot of calm downs today, so I'm going to teach us another one. So sometimes instead of calm down, we can say, take a chill pill. So please tell someone around you, take a chill pill.
Take a chill pill.
I hope that becomes available in the next few years though, so that we can actually pop it in our mouth and be calm really. So today we're talking about the digital elocutionist. Sometimes in 2020, something happened that changed everything. Do you know what it is? COVID-19. Wow, you're conversant and relevant as well. That's good. So the COVID-19 pandemic forced us to do something. It forced us to make drastic changes about relationships, businesses, and even religion. Because for a while, people could no longer meet physically.
And this made a lot of people come to accept technology as a pivotal tool to improving in every facet of their lives. The average elocutionist before the COVID pandemic at least had said one of these few things. I can't learn online. I prefer physical classes. I want to connect with the speaker. Technology is too difficult. I can't seem to get a hang of this thing. For many, the struggle was being able to pick a tool in the midst of plenty. Now, did you ever say one of these? Did you? One thing is certain, technology is here to stay. Now, those who embrace it, they live on. What about those who refuse to embrace it? They die, even while living. John Chambers, the former CEO of the Cisco system, says that 40% of all businesses will die in the next 10 years if they don't figure out how to change their entire company to accommodate new technology. The question then should be, what exactly do I need to do to ensure that my business isn't a part of the 40%? Or would you want your business to be a part of the 40%? So what should you do? The answer is simple. Become a digital savvy elocutionist. Now, how do you become a digital savvy elocutionist? First of all, I want to define the word a digital savvy elocutionist. A digital savvy elocutionist is someone who can seamlessly transition from the stage to the screen. Right now, I'm on the stage, right? And then those who are behind their cameras, their laptops, their phones are on the. So your ability to transition between these two positions or places makes you a digital savvy elocutionist. However, you must ensure that you continue to maintain eloquence and impact in both environments. For you to be referred to as a digital savvy elocutionist, we're going to learn 5 things. Are you ready? Now, who can spell the word savvy? Can we spell it together? Fantastic. So we are going to do a little altercation to that. So instead of S-A-V-V-Y, we're going to say S-A-B-V-Y. So we're going to add savvy to savvy. So you will be a savvy person. Are you ready? So a savvy person, that's what we want to learn today. So what does it mean? You're going to learn why we are adjusting the meaning or the spelling of this word. The first thing is a digital savvy elocutionist needs to be strategic. For lack of a better word, proactive. You need to think in advance. Before you pick a digital tool, think about your why. Why do you want to pick a tool? Now, when you know why, you'll be able to pick the right tool. Now, so many people jump from one tech tool to the other. By the time you use it for a few hours, you go to the next tech tool. A digital savvy elocutionist will not do that. Because a digital savvy elocutionist is strategic, they ensure that they stick to their purpose of using the tool. So instead of jumping from one tech tool to another, they give themselves time to explore, to expand, and to master the use of one platform before moving to another. One very important tool that we must learn to use as a digital savvy elocutionist is the Canva app. How many of you know Canva? Now, apart from knowing it, how many of you have explored Canva? With Canva, you can become a distinct elocutionist. With Canva, you can become a digital savvy elocutionist. Next, we need to be adaptive. Can you remember what S stands for? Strategic, good. Next, we need to be adaptive. What does it mean? Do not be content with the old ways of doing things. Oh, that's how we do it. That's how we've been. That's how it has been. You can't just come and change it. You have to be what? adaptive. Do not be quick to condemn digital tools. Some people would say your phone can do it better. There's no need for a laptop. Is that true? As a digital savvy elocutionist, you shouldn't be found saying that. You should be what? Adaptive. You should be eager to understand that technology can help you to analyze and cater to different audiences. Technology is there to bridge the gap, not to increase the gap. But what happens with your use of technology is completely up to who? You mean me? Who? Exactly. Next, we have to be borderless. Can we say that? Now, what happens? Think beyond your locality. When you're thinking of content, do you only restrict yourself to Nigerian elocutionists? One thing you need to understand is that elocution is not a Nigerian thing. It is not only taught it is taught all over the world. So do not restrict yourself to Nigeria. Expand, think global. When you want to learn new things, do not only restrict yourself to Nigeria. Learn beyond your scope, beyond your area, beyond your locality. Be willing to what? Expand. So be borderless. Remember, S, what does it stand for? A, what does it stand for? B, what does it stand for? Very good. Now let's go to V, versatile. You need to be what? Yes, you need to understand that everybody's face is different. Our learning styles are what? Different. So you must be able to adapt technology in order to help you to make your teaching what? Versatile. So you shouldn't be just rigid with a particular way of teaching. You should always explore different angles to be able to cater to different audiences. I'm sure that you know who a genius is, right? There's a genius theory. Everybody believes that Albert Einstein and the others just went into their room, covered themselves up for days, and then came out with this fantastic idea, like a light bulb. It pops. But is that what happened? Well, there is something that we call communal genius. So instead of just rooting to become an individual genius, think of being a what? A communal genius. What does this mean? Come together as a group. Think of your locality. Think of people you can meet with. Go places. Remember to be borderless, right? While you're at it. That way, you'll be able to borrow knowledge from others and then add it to yours. So you will truly be growing. And that takes us to the last point. Youthful. Remember, we're spelling savvy, right? Today, no one wants to be called an amateur, a baby, or youthful. In fact, some people dread being called that. But you see, there's a great advantage in being one of these. What is it, you might think? Babies. How many of you have seen a baby like learning to walk? When they go a few minutes, what happens? They fall. But what happens? Do they stay and say, oh, I'm falling? Is that what they say? No, they get right back up. So you see a baby, a youth, an amateur is not afraid to make mistakes. An amateur is not afraid to learn. They don't believe that they know it all. In fact, in point of fact, they believe that they have a lot to do what? To learn. So they never feel like they have arrived. They have a growth mindset. And so being youthful means you have a what? A growth mindset. Technology is ever evolving. And so you need to continue to do what? To evolve. Like a baby, like a child, like a youth. You need to do what? Keep changing. So can you remind me what it means to be a digital savvy elocutionist? Number one, what do we say? A, P, V, Y, amazing. Now, the principal research scientist at MIT Sloan Initiatives on Digital Economy, George Westerman, has this to say. When digital transformation is done right, it is like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. But when done wrong, all you have is a really fast caterpillar.
But no matter how fast a caterpillar is, can they go as fast as a butterfly? So if we're not careful, if we don't do digital transformation right, it will do what? Mar us. But when we put these 5 points in mind, it will always, always help us to make informed decisions with what? With technology. Now let's talk about the fears that you might have with technology. There are too many tools, right? If there are too many tools, what can you do? Be strategic. Make your research. Remember that you have a goal in mind. So think, which one aligns with my goal? And learn a tool one at a time. What if it's too difficult? Ask for help. How many of you know the University of YouTube? Yes, it's a university. Go there. Search for how to use this tool. Lots of videos will pop up. Follow the video. You would have done what? Learned something while in the process of that. What if you're just genuinely busy and you cannot make use of a tool? What do? You pay someone else to use it for you. Delegate a member of your team so that you remain productive while you have more time on your hands. What if you find it difficult to pay for a tool? As digital savvy elocutionists, we must never have the mindset. Do you know what that is? When it comes to paying for a tool, they find it so difficult. Think of the tools that you pay for as a digital rent. Can you just move into someone's house without paying rent? Can you? So why do you keep using tools without thinking of paying the people who produced it? So do not have the mindset. Be happy, be willing to pay for tools that makes you productive. So while preparing for this speech, a question popped up. How many of you know Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp? How many of you use it for business? I was expecting all the hands to go up. So what happens if Oga Mark decides to take it off? What do you do? Have you ever thought of that? Well, a digital savvy elocutionist is proactive, remember? And so you think in advance, you think ahead. So I charge you all to create an email list. In a simple 6 steps, you can create an email list with this app called MailChimp. All you need to do is bring out your phones, go to your store, whether your Play Store or your App Store, and download the MailChimp app. Log on to it. At the end of the day, you're on your way to creating your own community outside of Mark. So keep creating communities. Keep doing what you want to do. Always remember that the difference between your business being a fast caterpillar and a butterfly depends on the decision that you make. Would you prefer to be a digital savvy elocutionist and make your business bloom into a butterfly? Or do you want it to remain a very fast caterpillar? It's your choice to make. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, that was a fiery session. All I can say is, wow. Thank you so much, Mrs. Bibilomo George, for that insightful session. So let me ask you this first question, coaches. Do you want to be a digital savvy coach? So what should you do? Good. I'll give all of you tom-tom.
Give them a roll clap. Everyone give yourself a roll.
Let it go. You are diction stars. Very good. I love that. So
That's a Lekki rolling. I come from Ajegule. It's quite different.
Let's have
Ours is like roll and let it go. Good. Very good. Thumbs up for.
They don't even know it. They're lucky people. Okay, so I know you've been seated for quite a while and you may want to stretch your legs. So you have 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes to go through to the vendor stand, see what they have for us.
Just 5 minutes.
Just 5 minutes, please.
Just 5
And
minutes.
the
Please, ni mo like. Show me the show you want for my life. When I want to be back in the church, oh, mother is a me because I came in a Lambo. She said, you do like this. You know, I'll do anything for the love. Oh, you're not doing me anymore. Big things for my life. In the money, when they give me more energy. Big things for my life. Opportunity for go. Biscuit mix, biscuit mix, well, I'm happy, my number is so you feel like this, you know, waiting for the love. Big things in my life, and I'm a big giving you energy. Big things in my life. Every day. All right, it's about time for us to check that, ladies and gentlemen. We need to wrap this up right now. 6 years ago. Enough of the freedom, enough of the house, the kisses and the warm reception. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for us to please get settled, everybody.
And then one night, girl, the relationship be like up. And I don't get to see you at all. And you know about I'm a thought. I'm a one who's still with her. But I'm gonna come back on. You have to actually reach your on again. I had it on. My friend is on. They're not in sleep. I should not fight for love. I'll be back for you. It is not a full morning. You can listen for me. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing. I see what I'll be money. If Jesus is coming, I know I'm born again. Now, easy to leave. Easy to leave. Oh my God. Too easy to be somebody. Easy to be somebody. Your presence is stunning. You did like them be, they do like you somebody. But just wait, my things free. For nobody, sure. I know that to the public, people public, I know go take. And I don't have to the romance, cause romance is the key to prove us. They don't. Not great, they don't. They're not in sleep, so not time for love. We got what you want. Maybe it's not your full money, you get it from me. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing, I see what I'll be money. If the Jesus is coming, I don't want to get I'll be on the phone. Only you. I want to make you do. Make me know the fight. I don't want to sleep alone. When I hold you back, I hold my eyes, but I'll be alright. I'll be talking to myself. I don't even think I'm feeling like a zombie. I should be like a glory. Things put that body down. You got me falling slowly. I just touched down. And I see you down. I'm struggling on the phone. Only you. I want to make you do. Make me know the facts. I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep when I hold you back. I pull my eyes, but I'll be alright.
You just put on, and if I'm reject, you have a scrap. If I saw you, must well, everyone we pass seven, every day so low. You know, you know, being, you know, you try to pay him, you try to be you try to be it's good out for me, and for me. I don't think when I know you still be writing for me. When I know that you still be spilling beans. When I know us, you still be standing with me. When I know nobody had you. If you like, you're really feeling inside. I think you're still if you like, I don't feel like it's fate. I think you still that's when I'm thinking for this. You they bring me back. That's when I don't get to live. You they bring my back. That's when I never do it again. You got all my visa. That's when the kid don't stop. And you they give me joy. If you you're really inside. Electricity, I'm on a different PR. The infinity, study on a different PR. It's not that it's all about the energy, the mentality. Now you make it my body goes. You know everything I do is body else concerned. it will come alive. Cause it comes alive, but I know I'm alive. I need it all vibration. I can't on those. You take to the best. I can't on the potential. Electricity, eyes on the frequency, electricity, steady on the frequency. Now you make them but it goes, you know, everything I do is body else concerned. You have come, you have come, I feel it all vibration. I can't overdose. You feel all the vibration. I can't overdose. Electricity. Yeah, what am I saying? Butterflies in my tummy when the honey enter me, I like it. Got your religion, it's all in the plan, I'm ready to focus. After the time of my baby, no touch you, mommy, to ballet. Softly believing, living like a superstar. And I do is making me feel no more. You might have got me gone. I just feel like what's the rush? And I waiting there. I see no people and I fear no one. I do this happen of the first. Would you give me to be done? I'm not the same for cover. I put it all on the so you see me. I do not show me love. You can't be that low. You take my joy. Come here when you see your carrier. Money. So much money. That lobby, I come up around my city, I bust up.
All right, coaches. So I believe it. We've spent more than 5 minutes. So if you're still outside, please, it's time to come inside and take your seat so we can get ready for the next panel session. DJ, give us something cool. Ew.
Okay. All right, we've taken longer than expected, but we have to get this event on the road so that we are able to finish up in a few minutes. Okay, for those people who aren't here, sorry for them. We're gonna do this quick exercise. Please whip out your phone and dial this number. Whip out your phone and dial this number I'm about to call to you. Are you ready? 070, the fastest to call gets the airtime. 07, no, not for members of the high table, please. We can't be doing that. 07, whatever network you want. 070 3735 37. It's a phone number.
Phone number. A phone number.
070.
The fastest person to call the number gets an
The fastest
airtime.
person gets the airtime. 07037. Now, wait now. Now, I'm waiting now. All right.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm waiting now. I should continue. 0703735 3758. What a joke. 0703735. Thank you very much. Who is 070 070 444? Thank you very much. You could have your seat. That's your number, right? That's your number. All right. Now, another number. Sorry. 070 444
9919.
Call out the remaining numbers. Perfect. I'm sorry, ma'am. This is the winner.
Congratulations.
All right, one more person.
You're fighting for your spot.
One more person. The next number I will call. Don't call me again. Next number. 081 416 513 58. Let's call him first. Busy.
Try it again. Try it again.
Try it again. No.
Someone call me. 3337.
Amazing. So you're getting 2,000 naira worth of airtime. Yes, each of you will get that courtesy of the MCs. Please put your hands together for the wonderful MCs you have here. You like what you see what you like. Next time, sleep in the break. Come back from the break. Hallelujah.
Something, and I believe we have redeemed that.
Absolutely.
Promise.
That was what did I promise you, a Range Rover? The first 5 people. The first five people would qualify to win. The thing is this. If not for your nice outfit, I would have continued to argue with you. But needless to say, you won. You won. You did won. That was from Pragito. I thought you was going to be here to say, I'm proud of you. Oh boy. Okay. We will now go to the second panel. And at that panel, we'll be talking about, yes, help us.
Excellence in the classroom, adapting modern teaching methods. Excellence in the classroom, that is the emphasis. So, helping us with that, moderating that panel session is...
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Coach
Chukwu Stephen.
The Coach guy. Yeah, come on.
Chukwu Stephen, helping us with that.
It's time.
Together.
Yes, you.
Yeah, brand new Star Plus crew. This one girl, 2 baskets, I told her for 2. What would you do? I was sitting in the corner, babe. You were sitting in another corner, sitting on the table, too. Yeah, babe. Water, babe. Champagne, 2 baskets for anybody but you. Yeah, babe. And so it was into the way, mister, and I thought you were talking about me,
Session. Please let us remember that this program is a hybrid program. We have some of us online, and please forgive the MCs for not recognizing all you lovely, amazing coaches who couldn't join us physically. Also to our friends, family members who just want to say, you're doing a great job. They're enthusiasts. Thank you so much for timing in. Thank you so much for being there. We love you and we appreciate you. Okay, so let's go now to the final session.
Right.
And moderating that session is Ruth Iboro and Kiko. You be the one moderating. Can you please put your hands together for me?
Yes, of course, that's my OMC.
Okay, so I will be calling on the panelists for this. One of us will be joining us online. She is Mrs. Akinyeye, Director of Schools, Chrisland School. So we please put our hands together for her. She can hear it from where she is, where she's joining us from. She can hear it. And then would want to call on the founder, Waslet Schools, President Emeritus, NAPS, Alhaji Dr. Wasiu. Can we please put our hands together as he comes up to help us with this as one of our panelists? Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now the next panelist we have here is none other than our own very president, Dr. He is an educationist, a media expert, and communications consultant, stroke president, ADCN, and he is together for him as he comes up.
Titus Schwab Bankole. Titus Schwab Bankole is a multifaceted professional with expertise in phonetics, speech therapy, and media. Born and raised in the UK, he now resides in Lagos, Nigeria. He is a renowned sports presenter, analyst, and commentator, having worked with top Nigerian radio stations like 96.9 Cool FM, 99.3 Nigerian Info FM, and 88.9 Brilla FM. He was a member of Femi and the Gang, one of Nigeria's biggest sports groups, before co-founding the sports media company, The Busybodies. Titus also held the position of head of presenters at Traygon TV and had brief but impactful stints with Metro FM 97.7 and Lasgidi FM. Titus Bankole has a prominent presence in sports television, including being a lead analyst on the Premier League Live, a show covering Premier League games in Nigeria and South Africa. His skills extend to voiceover work, where he was the lead voiceover artist and announcer for 99.3 Nigeria Info FM for 2 years. Titus is a BBC-trained broadcaster with proven journalism expertise. As an educationist, Titus is the CEO and principal consultant of Phony Techniques Media Limited, a leading consultancy in English diction, elocution, and public speaking in Nigeria. His teaching abilities have earned him several awards, and he was ranked third in the League of West African English Phonologists Phoneticians in 2017. Titus is also the producer for the MTN MPulse Spelling Bee and has authored numerous English grammar and pronunciation materials. He is the president of the Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria, ADCN, a significant professional association with over 1,000 members across Nigeria. Titus is an active social media enthusiast, an excellent communicator, and a celebrated public speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome our president of the ADCN, Mr. Titus Bankole.
Such an impressive profile. It is beautiful having you here on stage with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we're talking about excellence in the classroom and how we can adapt modern teaching methods to the classroom. What do you have to say about that?
First of all, I'm thankful for this platform, and this is something that has been put together by everybody, and I'm grateful for the turnout and, of course, the show of enthusiasm and for the time of our speakers. They've made this particular session quite easy for me because they've had brilliant presentations so far. And the last one, which is where I'm going to pick up from, was a presentation by one of our illustrious members, Coach Bibi George. She practically took as many points on what I'll be sharing here today, but I'll be forced to add more salient points. Let's start with some clear or key definitions. The question I always ask people is, what is their perception of excellence? Yes, everybody does one thing, but not everybody does it extremely well. So it's the quality of being extremely good at something. And when you are extremely good at something, it is either you're showing complete knowledge of the subject and you're adding mastery to it. And when you've got mastery, that means there isn't any room for flaws, overwhelming flaws. Even if you're going to make mistakes, you're going to make honest mistakes and they come once in a blue moon. So one has to bear in mind, if I want to showcase or boast of having excellence, then how to limit how much errors are in my presentations, whether as a teacher, an individual, as a trainer, a consultant, you are meeting some certain needs with little or no flaws or contestable or controversial presentations.
Thank you so much for that, sir. So the next question will go to you, please, Dr. Wasiu. What would you say are the key characteristics of an excellent teacher?
Thank you very much. Talking about excellent teacher, we have to start with the word, who is a teacher? Defining a teacher, I want to come from the perspective that anybody that trains or inculcates knowledge into another person had performed the role of a teacher. Then now talking about professional teacher, if you are doing this as a source of livelihood, you become a professional teacher. Though so many names have been crafted to replace the word teacher, but a teacher remains a teacher. For example, now I'm getting to know that those of you that teach dicton, you are now coach. We used to call you dicton teacher, but I think I will start calling the one that teach in my school too coach. And I'll tell my colleague that they are now coach. So a teacher, anybody that your job is impacting knowledge is a teacher. Then now talking about the qualities of a good teacher. First is the knowledge of the subject matter. Did you know what you want to teach? We have gotten to an era in this country that we have so many teachers that don't know the subject they are teaching. As an employer of labor, I can tell you for free that we have got situation where people come for interview to come and teach a specific subject, and we expose them to SS2 question of that subject they want to teach, and they cannot answer the questions. So a teacher must have the knowledge of that subject as number one before you can say you want to teach. Then apart from having the knowledge, the classroom management is very important for a teacher. I might have the knowledge, but to transmit the knowledge might be a challenge. It has to be a combination of all these factors. You have the knowledge, you have the ability to transmit the knowledge to another person in such a way that they will understand. Patience is very important for a teacher. Maybe for teaching adults, you might say, okay, you can come. When you have to teach a child of 2 years, you have to be extra patient because that 2 years will ask you the same question 20 times. If you are an impatient person, you might go, don't go. I have told you the other time, I did not kill my mother. Don't come and kill me. So you have to be patient enough. You have to have a lot of endurance. You have to have the interest of children at heart. If you assess yourself and you see that you don't have this natural instinct to be in the midst of children or adolescents, you don't feel comfortable, it's not a crime. If you feel like that, it's not a crime. Everybody don't have the same nature. Then you cannot be a good teacher. Leave the industry. You have to be that kind of person that you are free with them. They are free with you. You encourage them. In fact, being a good teacher goes beyond teaching the subject. You must be a pseudo parent. Your student must be able to come to you to tell you their personal problem. My father and mother are fighting this morning before I come to school. I don't feel happy about it. You must be a counselor. So these are put all these prerequisites together or qualities together will make you a good teacher.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. That was really insightful. So when you were speaking, you mentioned being a pseudo pet, right?
Yes.
So that the children can get to talk to you freely.
Yes.
Now, most children want to see that as a window to become too familiar. And as the people would say, sometimes familiarity breeds insult, right? So tell me, what are some effective ways you want to tell us that we can use to manage classroom behavior and then promote student engagement?
Okay. In our own days, there's only one way to manage classroom behavior, and that is if the teacher have a very long cane. Even if the teacher did not use the cane on you, you only need to bang it on the table. Keep quiet. Everybody shiver and you behave. And if you don't behave, you have yourself to blame. But times are changing. And now we are even advocates of preaching against corporal punishment. Apart from the fact now it has become a law in Lagos State, you don't beat somebody's child. You can go to prison for it. So the question is now, how do we now correct negative behavior? Because whether we like it or not, students will behave negative. In fact, there are some traits, some behavior you start witnessing in children when they get to certain age, mostly adolescent age. You cannot help it. This behavior will manifest. And the question is that when it does, you cannot beat them, you cannot cane them, you cannot administer corporal punishment. How do you manage such behavior? Yes, the question is that there are various ways you can do that. And one of them is grounding. You can grant a child. You see, some of those children, their best period, out of all the 8 periods they have in a day, is break period. A child that misbehaves and you want to make that child change for positive, you deprive that child from going for break. And let the child know next time you misbehave, you will not go for break. While your other mates are on break, enjoying themselves, eating, you will be in the class writing, I will not misbehave again. If you have to write 60 leaves, full. I'm sure that kind of child will not want to do that again. And of course, some of these children, we assume that they are children, but internally they are matured and reasonable. We can talk to them. Some of them, you just need to sit them down and analyze. Did you notice that what you have done is wrong? How do you feel disturbing the other classes? It's not fair. Just look at it. That child might become sober and regret his or her actions, and that child will not do it again. That is moral suasion, talking to the inner part of the child. So all these methods are some of those things that can happen. And somebody have asked questions before in this kind of forum, not here, that what about in a very serious situation? We have had situation of a secondary school student bringing cutlass to school to come and fight their mates. We have secret courts now in secondary school, maybe not in Lekki here, because these ones are butter. But we have cases like that, on serious cases like that, and then you have to involve the parents. You can suspend that child for the school if you feel that you cannot manage the character of that child and it's going to have negative effect on other children in school, then keep that child out of the school. That is the worst scenario.
Thank you so much. Now, talking about diction, we're all diction coaches here. Most of us are diction coaches here. And let me ask you this question now, Mr. Titus. When we're teaching diction in the classroom, what would you say? You know, some children are very funny and they want to start making fun of you when you're making your sounds, pronouncing your words. How can you manage that behavior and promote student engagement?
All right, so this is one of the most often asked questions for me. If you cannot become what you teach, you will struggle. And I mean this. My slides, my teaching aids are secondary. I'm the primary teaching aid. If you do not leave diction in English, in your presentations, in your behavior, even how you walk into the classroom, to introduce your topics, how you entertain their questions, how you call out and call off their tantrums. Everything is embedded in what you are teaching the children. So I always say to professionals or teachers that even merely correcting a child, there is a way to go about it. They can learn what you are teaching them. So you can't be caught unawares or off guard. So the truth is, you become the model and you will not struggle. And that's number one. I mentioned mastery. Mastery is the most effective key. If your learners, they've had more solutions to their problems that they've encountered, even more complicated things, you will earn their trust. And if you earn a learner's trust, you become the best friend. It's hardly possible to go wrong with anything you teach them. So when they want to make fun of you, it comes from two places. When they see that you are struggling, yes, it will always come. And sometimes when you have the best material or you have the worst deliveries, yes, they will come and they will revolt. For instance, I like to be very practical. When I teach, I subscribe to various and relevant means and methods to capture or pass the concept for the day across to them. If I'm going to be teaching intonation, for instance, in a class today, everything I do right from the beginning will emphasize intonation, especially with my expressions. They might be shocked to see that Mr. Titus has changed from the previous lesson because this week I'm teaching stress. There's something significantly different in the way I'm speaking to them. So from the get-go, the teaching has started. The teaching is not starting to say, oh yes, we're going to have to learn stress today. And from the first 5 words you've uttered, you have misplaced stress in so many ways. And you're trying to win them over by pointing to what you have on the slides. It's not going to work. Yes. So I tell you how crazy it is. I've had learners of all ages and levels walk up to me to ask me, despite the fact that they're brilliant to know what the dictionary does, to come and ask me, how do you pronounce this word, Mr. Titus? And I get thrilled. And I'm saying this because over time, I go as far as giving them the right pronunciations. I don't stop there. I give them the opportunity of going to compare my pronunciation. Go and compare what I'm giving you with what you have as a standard out there. So the point here is there's nothing going past mastery and delivery. If you can sort these out, you will experience more cooperation than rebellion. Now, what do you do when they rebel? That's the question. Do you lose your cool? No. We also accept that in the business of diction in English, not everybody will accept you, even if you're the best at what you do. But it will not deter you, neither will it reduce your quality. It opens up another chapter. As a guard, what do I do when I encounter obstacles? You go back to the drawing board, like I always say, what am I not doing right? Or what am I doing wrong? Lastly, I encourage dialogue a lot. In my class, I'm not the only speaker. Do you know why? I already stand there as someone who can speak. My job is to find or teach or discover or help someone to speak as good as I speak. So why do I have to do all of the talking? So personal-based learning also helps. When I walk into the classroom, I want to hear you. How are you? I ask questions. People can approach me. How many people are approachable during diction classes? So you have to be very open, be the subject, let everything about you teach the subject, be impeccable. Your enunciation, pronunciation, your patterns, let them teach. Even the way you sit, the way you yawn, the way you laugh, you smile, different situations. Yes, he's smiling at me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, sir. Thank you. So become the model and you won't struggle. That is it for me. You know, this has 2 parts, excellence in the classroom and also adapting modern teaching methods. And let's talk about that a little. Still to you, sir. How can teachers, in this case, diction teachers, effectively integrate technology into their teaching practices?
This is where I want to talk about media. Which platform are you subscribing to teach or to function as a diction coach? When you're using the virtual platform, like Coach Bibi mentioned, how versatile and conversant are you with a particular platform you're using? And then it doesn't stop there. You evolve. For instance, virtual. When I have virtual classes, I use other apps and additional technological methods. Why? Because I do not want my classes to be boring. When there is the element of versatility, your students are always looking forward to your virtual classes. For instance, for children, did you know that I created avatars for my learners? Number 1. Number 2, the quality of
teaching you can deliver can be hindered by the number of people you are teaching. For me, it's not about the size. And that's why you could say my sessions could be expensive. No. Do you know what? I'd rather have 12 people in a virtual class so I can effectively teach certain concepts than have 20 or 30, because in the end, there will be reviews and not everybody will learn at the same pace. So personalized learning using virtual media or mediums will mean subscribing to gamification. How many people here can play games while teaching diction virtually? Have you explored that part where you can play games? Yes. So animation, I use a lot of animation to teach voice modulation. For instance, in a class, I give a 5-minute preamble. The next minute or time will be dedicated to serious practical work. I do it, they do after me, then we all do it. That is the most effective style. Physically, I do it, you do it, you what, we do it. And everybody gets acknowledged and rewarded. Lastly, when I say creating avatars, it is my element of a difference. Did you know that I have a platform where they send their voice notes? Feedback is important, and how you want it is also quite important, how creative it can get. There are some concepts I will need video feedback. There's some concepts I will need audio feedback. Yes. So if you can explore various options in terms of methodologies and additional ways to make your classes more creative, then you are adaptive. Like Coach B.B. George said, do not open your virtual platform and everybody can say everything you're going to say right from the beginning to the end. Rewarding them. Let me start. By the time for coming early to class virtually, they get stars. I'm talking about children now. Anyone who makes it to class when I come online and you're there, I give stars. It became a crazy situation that when I eventually come on, maybe a minute late, you see my students telling me, Mr. Titus, we came before you, because I also give myself stars. If I get early, I say, I came here, only saw 3 people on the call, I'm taking 5 stars, you are taking 3 stars. Invest in rewarding them adequately. Call out the excellence, either do small, it's like I say, small project, go and blow up the project. It will help their confidence. Be creative, be adaptive, explore, and lastly, train. Train. Get needed training. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So over to you, Dr. Wasi. When Mr. Titus was saying something, he mentioned feedback, student feedback. So now I want to ask you this question. What role does student feedback play in shaping teaching practices today?
Thank you very much. Student feedback is what we call evaluation. And as part of the teaching, you see, the reasons why students fail, or one of the reasons why we have students fail, is because most teachers don't take importance the factor of evaluation. We don't evaluate our students properly. The right thing to do is that before the end of that class, that 45 minutes class, you are supposed to evaluate your students. You want to be rest assured that the 45 minutes or the 40 minutes you have spent teaching them, those students understand what you have taught them before you leave that class. If you, as a teacher, if you stay in your class and you teach your student for 40 minutes, and at the end of the 45 minutes, you ask them questions based on what you have taught them, and 60% of them cannot answer you, then that lessons needs to be repeated. That means those students don't understand. You don't go ahead to teach other topics. You see, topics are sequentials. If you don't know A, you cannot know P. And you taught A and observed after evaluation that most of those students don't understand you, and you went ahead to teach P, then that is how you leave children behind. When I was a teacher in the public school, there's a particular year the principal felt that, okay, we want to register students for WAEC, and they said all the students that are going to be registered for WAEC should come and read. And we discovered that some of those students in SS3 preparing for WAEC examination cannot read newspaper. How did we get there? It is not the fault of SS3 teacher. Something got wrong along the way. Those students are supposed to be able to read right from primary 3, primary 2. And at that time, some of them cannot read, and those teachers did not care. They moved ahead with those people that can read, and they were left behind. Nobody is going to teach you how to read and write when you are already in SS1 or SS2. They have been left behind. They have been left behind. And that is the reason why we have a lot of dropouts and things like that. So evaluation is very, very important. It can be the reasons why we will not have dropouts or people lacking behind. And when you mention individualized instructions, it's very, very important in today's generation teaching. Every child cannot learn the same way. Even adults don't learn the same way. If they ask all of us sitting down now that we should summarize all the things we have had today, we cannot do it the same way. Some will be able to summarize better than others. The same way children learn. They cannot learn the way. Why don't we attend to them according to their capability? Those ones that are lacking behind, wait for them. Look for a way to bring them. Naturally, we have about 3 categories of students. We have slow learner. From children, what you teach others, the same subject or topic you teach others, 1 or 2 examples, they grab. Some will not grab unless you teach them, repeat that example about 4 or 5 times. It's not their fault. It's not that they cannot learn. They are not olodo, as some of us want to call them. No. It is their own pace of assimilation. Everybody will learn, but at their own pace. Evaluation will give us opportunities to know who are left behind and look for a way to bring them up. It might be the methodology. It might be the methodology you use in teaching that subject that is not making it appealing to the students. So, and you evaluate and you observe that those children did not get topic, and change the method and repeat the question. At worst and at times, it's not the method, it's the teacher or the coach. By the time you want to teach the students, you have, I tell, when we have staff meeting, I tell my teachers, if your student don't like you, we cannot know your subjects. Gone are those days that for you to be, the teacher look at them as semi-god, and they want to inculcate fear into the students so that they will respect them and fear them. And when teachers are coming, some of them will come with 3 kings. And when they come to the class, the first thing will take time. Look at me, look at me. Any point, you see, start giving stand warning. So you have disoriented the mind of the children. When they hate you, continue talking from today to tomorrow. You are talking to yourself. But when you come, they greet you, ask about their welfare. How are you this morning? Did you sleep well? You see, they see you as a friend. And when they see you as a friend, psychologically, they don't want to be in your debt because they don't want you to hate them. So they want to learn your story. They want to impress you. So they go extra mile to pay attention and like that. So all these things put together will make a class successful. If there's a class without evaluation, the class is failed. If there's a class and the evaluation proves that those students don't understand you, that class is a failure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. Thank you. We really do appreciate you. So we have seen that we need to follow positive trends, right? Be digital savvy, be engaging, approachable, and also take note of the fact that feedback is very important.
Quite important.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for being with us on this show. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This will be the end of it for now. Or do we have questions? Wow.
Okay.
Coach Abby?
Just a moment. I'd like to give the microphone to my friend. She never got a chance to get the airtime. She might get a chance to ask
Please
questions.
go ahead.
Don't be petty, actually. All right, I'm Oindalara of Speak Well with Oindalara. So I'm in a public school setting. So I'm directing my question to the Dr. Wasiu. In a situation where you have done all this that you've mentioned as a teacher, and you still find about that some students are not getting it. And I, as a teacher, I'm saying teacher now because I'm using a school setting, not a coach. I come to the school authority to relate whatever issue I'm having with the students, and just because proprietors and proprietresses, they are so adamant, or all they are concerned about is the money they're going to collect from the parents. And so they just want you to patch things up, knowing well that the foundation matters. And when the students get to a particular stage, you mark WAEC script and you find out that a student copied from AI and copied meta AI alongside. Is that bad? I marked the last WAEC, and out of over 240 scripts that I marked, nobody's got up to 50 over 100. That was abysmal. So we narrate these issues to you, and you are so concerned, and you feel we are miracle workers, and there's something we can do to make that student that is not getting it. So what do you think we should do? Are we not supposed to talk to the parents? The parents on board, let us, what do you think we should do?
Thank you. You have thrown a direct accusation on us. And I will go home. What's your name?
Yes, I'm Adeyanju Damala.
Sorry, I don't even need to ask a joke. Anyway, yes, you might be right. Some proprietors are not caring enough to think about the future of those children. But the right thing to do, there are still some of us that do the right thing. There's no patching. There's no patching. In fact, the challenge we are facing in this country in terms of the quality of our education system is because of patching and examination malpractice, which some of us openly preach against because of the future of those children. You see, there is no worthy in that certificate that is undefendable. It is not worthy. You can get A's and the rest of them. By the time you are called upon to come and do some things that's supposed to you to show that skill and you are not, you will be embarrassed. And some of us will even preach this to our children, our learners, that it is better you have the knowledge than for you to have the certificates. There are two different things. And it's happening now, not only, and that is where I said we are having situations where graduates. I've had a case where some people came for interview, BSc Economics, for example, upper credits, and ask him, define elasticity of demand. He couldn't. He couldn't. How did he get there? Through all this patching and examination malpractice. So now back to your question. When you have done some of these things and the child is still not getting, you see, one thing we must do first when we have a case of difficult learner is to investigate. You see, it's not one size fits all or one solution fits all. Why is learner A not getting it? I'll give you an example. I have a child, a learner in my school some years ago. Some of our mates came to report her to me in my office because I operate a personal relationship with the students, so they have access to me. That, let's assume the name of the girl is Bimbo. The excuse is, Bimbo is crying. Bimbo is crying. Why is she crying? I sent for her. Why are you crying? She said nothing. I had to pet her like that, go ask her, manager, speak to her. And by the time she spoke, she said, my father is dead. SS1, GS1, 11, 12 years, crying because her father is dead. And you want that child to learn? in that class. That's what is in her mind. Nothing else can come to that mind. So it's a challenge. I had to investigate. I discovered that, yes, the problem is not even because the father is dead. The problem is that the mother remarried, had children for new husband, then the stepfather is now segregating her from the children that the mother gave birth to him, his own children. So he's making that child to feel uncomfortable, deprived. And he's now looking at it from the perspective, I didn't be my father is alive, I will not be going through this. So I had to invite the mother. And after a lot of discussion, I had to advise that they remove that girl from that household. And at the end of the day, the mother agreed, because the mother actually collaborates the girl's story that it is true. But what can we do? Remove that girl, and there's an arrangement. They remove the girl to the grandmother's. Thank God the grandmother is cooperating. The girl I'm talking about now, she's a graduate. So it is not one side. That kind of child, you cannot treat her as a slow learner. So when you investigate, it's just that people don't want to take a lot of pain to go through a long investigation to know what is actually the reason. I believe that every child can learn. For the fact that some people just condemn, it's not relevant to people like us. The rates, the pace might differ. Every child, even those ones that are not normal children, they help better. They learn too. It's just that they will not be able to learn in a normal school setting. A special setting that will make them as be creative for them. Deaf learn, blind learn. So my answer to that question is that investigating the cause will help in determining the solution to the particular challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So everyone can learn, even the special needs children, they too can learn. I know we have a lot of questions to ask, but we are already behind time. And because of that, we want to end the panel session here. If you have other questions, I'm sure they can meet you, sir.
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much. And that's the end of the session for today. Thank you, Mr. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Wasiu.
All right. Thank you very much. And of course, the panelists, thank you very much. So we're going to take the awards now. And right after that, we'll have a little bit of a few activities. And then we would have a special presentation. Please put your hands together for Coach Gwyneth. She's going to present the awards. Put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm comfortable here. All right, maybe I should call myself Teacher Gwyneth. Would that make you clap some more? Coach Gwyneth, Teacher Gwyneth. All right, before we go into the business of today, I used to feel a certain way when I'm called a teacher. I don't know why. So these days I take time to remind every child I teach when they say, oh, Teacher Gwyneth is here. And I say, no, I'm a coach, Coach Gwyneth. I don't know why the bias. I don't know, but I do that often. So I go, oh, just call me Coach Gwyneth. And they go, oh, Coach Gwyneth. It makes me feel better. I don't know if I'm wrong or right. It's your choice to think about it, but we can't end today without talking about some brands that has been there for us through this journey. We've got our own little token to give to these brands as our way of saying thank you for standing by us all through the preparation and everything, making this occasion a grand one. And we're going to start this off with presenting an award to MTN, Adcn Brand Support Award, presented to Adcn. Do we have the chairperson who's going to pick this up for, okay, Mr. President, MTN.
Can we upload Mr. President? All right, so I got to go for their words. So much, sir. Oh, you've got another. So we also have another diction-friendly institution, Crossland Schools. Can we applaud them?
I know I'm breaking protocol for this award here, and this is it's not a mere marketing gimmick, I promise you, about this brand. This is a brand, one of the brands that I find quite serious about education. And when I presented a quite different, I would say, proposal about diction in English in Nigeria, this brand took it hook, line, and sinker. They verified everything that was presented in the documents. And I can tell you, in this country, in Nigeria, if there's any school that truly practices, thank you, that truly or really appreciates language and in every form of development and excellence, it's Chrisland. Just to finish, in 2023, there was a mentee of mine. It's result-oriented. I want us to go away with this. As a coach right now, go and check your, let's say, dossier. If you haven't recorded like the brand, personal brand and expert mentioned, if you cannot put your successes together, you need to work extremely hard. Yes, one of my mentees emerged top in the world for the British Council Cambridge examination. Top in the what? World. What the examination means is that in the oral test and the written part, she didn't get one question wrong. There were millions of candidates across the world, and she emerged top in the world. So this is a special one for Chrisland from me. And I want to say a big thank you to the Adcn for condoning us on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So we want to call, please, on Dr. Catherine Oyejiaka to help us with the presentation of the next award. Can we please put our hands together for her as she comes to do that for us?
Up ADCN. Okay, so this one means so much to me as well, because the very first time I would get an opportunity to speak on radio was because of this brand. Ladies and gentlemen, this Merit Award, Fiction Friendly Media House Merit Award is presented to Nigeria Info radio station. Okay, and to receive this award is Mr. Femi Obongdaniel. You know him, yes. We have another award here presented to Dr. Adedapo Abiodun Adejumo. And to receive this award is no other person but the tech-savvy elocutionist, P.V. Lomo. Yes, I need to have that Lomo.
Thank you very much. Mrs. P.V. Lomo,
Thank you very much,
can you please help us with the next set of awards? Thank you so much. We have
No.
All right.
Yes. All right, so next on our event flow right now, we have the spoken word performance.
But before we do that, I wonder why we're not trending on Instagram. Have you posted on Instagram? Have you posted?
Start, please.
What's the hashtag? Tell me.
What's the hashtag?
Suggest one.
Elocution for excellence.
That's one.
Older.
ADCN Conference 2020.
Okay, please come out, hold the microphone and just say what the hashtag. Now we're gonna do this quickly. Take a picture. Make sure you have other people in the picture. Take a picture quickly and post on Instagram using the hashtag she's gonna suggest to us. Let's go.
ADCN.
Okay, hold on, just hold on. Let's take the pictures. Take the pictures. You have like 5 seconds. Take the pictures. I'm sorry, you're not gonna take pictures. You're not gonna take pictures. Take pictures. Now you can post the pictures with the hashtag. Yes.
ADCN Conference 2024, that's one. Secondly, is promoting elocution for excellence too. The third hashtag.
So don't use LinkedIn in connected speak. Just say it like one in isolation. Say it again. Start over again.
Okay, first.
Number one.
ADCN Conference 2024.
ADCN Conference 2024. 2.
Promoting elocution for excellence.
Don't use connected speech. Promoting elocution for excellence. This lady is too polished. That's next. What's the other one?
Elocution in the digital age.
And what?
Elocution in the digital age.
In the digital. Wow, you guys sound really polished. I would have just said age. Elocution in the digital age. Yeah. Well, all right. So elocution in the digital age. I want to see the post with the highest likes. I'm giving out another gift. So let's do that now. Let's do that. Come on, let's do that. Yes, I'm giving out another gift. Now, let's do that now. If you want me to come down with you in the picture, just let me know. Yeah, who wants a picture with me? It's $5. $2 $50. You want a picture with me? Oh, the last time I checked, I was just with myself. Oh, wow. Wow. All right, let's make those videos, pictures, use the hashtag. All right then.
We want to go to the spoken word performance while they are doing that.
Right.
And this coach has 10 minutes to do this or less. And we're calling on Coach Annette.
Yes, correct. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Please put your hands together for the wonderful Coach Annette. Put your hands together for her. Correct. All right, let's go.
Diary of a Shrink. Friday, 31st August 2024. Chapter 1. Who English Help. Today, I assisted Dr. Kewayisi during a therapy session with a young Gen Z patient, a certain Mr. Jinora Isigieng. This name strikes me as rather unusual for this part of the world. I mused as I sat at the records desk in the adjoining preparatory room, positioned within earshot of the therapist and her patient in the consulting room. Positioned within earshot of the therapist and her patient in the consulting room, my fingers hovered over the keyboard, ready to transcribe the patient's mental health report into the system. The door was ajar, hence I could clearly see and hear everything in the consulting room. Well, began Dr. Kewayisi, her gaze fixed on Jinora. You need to
but she was abruptly interrupted.
Who school help? Who English help?
The young man erupted in a low, sarcastic tone.
May I tell you, as English na scam.
I was taken aback as I listened to and recorded this peculiar outburst. Dr. Kewayisi glanced at me with a knowing look. She swiftly rose from her chair and approached me. She sighed. It's actually a rather common disorder in our country, she whispered, careful not to let the patient overhear anything that might further provoke him. It's called Anglo-Saxon Lingual Antipathy Personality Disorder, ALAPD. Oh, I responded diligently, typing the details into the computer. Yes, she confirmed. It typically takes roots in early adolescence and is characterized by a profound and enduring aversion to the English language and culture, as well as Western education in general. I couldn't help but sigh and shudder, simultaneously puzzled by how anyone could despise English, the global lingua franca, to the point of developing a personality disorder over it. As if reading my thoughts, Dr. Kewayisi continued. Indeed, it's an unusual and rather troubling illness, with its causes being remarkably diverse. On one hand, it may originate from a lack of academic diligence, resistance to correction and discipline from school authorities, particularly teachers, truancy, and a general tendency towards delinquent behavior during the teenage years, which usually carries over into adulthood, often aggravated by parental neglect or permissiveness. Oh, I gasped, both intrigued by the newfound knowledge and impressed by her mastery of the subject. Yes, she continued, and on another level, it may be caused by... But her lecture was once again abruptly interrupted by a sharp retort.
I beg, not speak English for me.
Mr. Ginora's sarcastic voice bellowed from the consulting room.
Who English help? All of you now, when they so they speak better English, they blow correct grammar anyhow. Every time. Now, una pass.
I'm sorry. I need to attend to the patient, Dr. Kewayisi whispered, sighing in exasperation. Please prepare his injection quickly. We can't take any chances. Yes, ma'am, I replied, swiftly retrieving the pre-prepared syringe at the counter beside the desk. Calm down, sir. Everything will be all right, okay? Dr. Kewayisi said gently to Mr. Ginora, trying to soothe him, but he continued his tirade, refusing to be pacified. Having tried all she could do to pacify him to no avail, Dr. Kewayisi lost her patience, much to my surprise, as I had never seen her get angry over any issue before. Okay, she asserted. Have you ever considered the fact that the English language is a powerful unifying force among us, with our diverse and often intolerant ethnic groups and dialects?
You said it.
Mr. ECGM blurted out defiantly. Yes, Dr. Kewayisi continued, maintaining her composure. Mastering the English language is a transformative tool that opens pathways to education, employment, and global engagement, especially in today's interconnected world. I insist that the benefits of the English language to us as second language speakers far outweighs whatever disadvantages there might be.
I beg. The patient is claimed pretentiously.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for that wonderful act. Please put your hands together.
Towards the door.
And don't stop clapping. Please put your hands together.
Speak with English. Anyway, me are not getting our time now. And with that, he jolted off through the door into the streets. And up till today, we haven't heard from him. I wonder what tomorrow's episode would be. But I went to bed confused and at the same time hopeful. And with that, I fell into a deep sleep. And here I am today to read out my diary to you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much.
Put your hands together for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who English app before?
No, you've got to do it without the H.
Who English app?
No, you've got to do it without the H.
Who English app?
Perfect. Do it again.
Sorry.
I think she will do it. Say.
Who's good?
That's good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So up next, we want
to also have a PRO, and please put your hands together for this amazing lady. She came in quite early today. And it's been really helpful as regards to this event. Just put your hands together.
Put your hands together.
Wonderful and amiable, undisputed, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you add elegance to that? Elegance.
More.
Elegance.
Ma'am, please come. I don't know why this lady is disturbed. Just put your hands together for us.
She comes up, please.
Please keep clapping her hands as she comes to the stage. Good.
Good evening, everyone. Thank God for today. It has come at last, and we are all here. I greet all the people on the high table. I greet everyone, the president. Well done. Kudos to you. Everybody, can you say kudos to him? I greet you, ma'am. I greet you, Mr. Femi Obong. I greet you, madam. I just want to talk about ADCN briefly. Very, very briefly, but the anthem, we were asked to submit anthems, and I was reached to, produce something that I wrote, and kind of it was approved. So the DJ is going to play it, but please just give me a few minutes. The Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria is Nigeria's foremost vibrant professional membership organization and potentialities Africa's most influential network of professional elocutionists and English diction coaches, with over 500 elocutionist diction coaches on its roll in 15 active chapters across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. It is organized into 3 practice section, 2 fora, and 1 institute in view, all supported by 1 national secretariat. The Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria was birthed in 2019 by a group of members led by Anyofeoluwa Wole Ojo. This is our first physical conference. This one that we are having today is the first physical one, though we have had 2 virtual ones. The Board of Trustees, which we all know as the BOT, they are made up of 5 people, 5 diction coaches. I would like to mention their names, please. We have Anyofeoluwa Wole Ojo. Can we clap for her? She might be watching. She is in the diaspora right now. We have Halima. We have Halima Tijani Balogun. Please, can you stand up, please? Can we clap for her? Can we celebrate her? Can we celebrate her? She's one of the board of trustees. Thank you very much for the good work. We have the English doctor, Craig Sowode. Can we just celebrate the English doctor? Wherever he is, I know he might be watching right now. We have Catherine Onyejaka. Can we celebrate her, please? Can we do it properly? Thank you very much. And we have Mr. Gabriel Ejitokun. Can we also celebrate him? Okay. Thank you very much. We have different state coordinators from Oyo, Ondo, Osun, Ogun, Lagos, Delta, Anambra, Plateau, Abuja. Please, if I have not mentioned your state, can you just let me know? Okay. Our major objective is to build a viable platform where phonics teachers, let's say diction coaches, public speakers, share, and broadcasters, particularly, microphone, okay, share knowledge, ideas. The body provides the platform where our services is advertised for easy patronage. The current executives are made up of 5 coaches presided by Coach Titus Bankole. Can we celebrate him again? The vice president, Regina Chris Obodo Mama Reg, she's not available, but can we give her a shout, please? Can we celebrate the vice president? Can we do it properly? And we have the financial secretary. Where is it? I call him King David Solomon. Where is David Solomon, please? Maybe he's outside. Okay. Can we celebrate him? Okay. I should use it too. Okay, thank you. We have our amiable, fantastic, resilient, determined Gen Sec. That's Oludolapo Adewale. Can we celebrate Oludolapo Adewale? Where is she? Shout. The shout, the clap says it all. We love you. Everybody say we love you. Well done. Thank you. And my humble self, the public relations officer, the team. Adewumi Aluko. Our state coordinators, we have the Oyo coach, Sophia Adebayo. Where is she? Can we celebrate Sophia? Okay. We have Titilola Osho for Oshun. We have Jose Odebode for Lagos. We have Coach Catherine Aleji for Ogun. We have Coach Nana Gel for Plateau. We have Omolola Akimbo for Ondo. We have Ikechukwu Stephen for Abuja. We have Twinette Vede for Delta. We have Christian Ngbaolu or some. Am I correct here? Because basic thing here is pronunciation. Am I correct? Ngbolu, that's the MC Chris. Can we celebrate him? And like I said, if you haven't mentioned your state, you can always talk about, let me know. Right now, I want to teach us the anthem. I just want you to listen to it, but let me teach us first because we will be using it. But henceforth, when we say ADCN, I need you to shout, promoting elocution for excellence. ADCN! Please take it along, and anywhere you go, just do that. You must not laugh. Make una not laugh. Please don't laugh. This was composed by me and it was kind of accepted, but I think you can still make your corrections. It's on your phone. I think it's been sent. Okay. Hello, people. Hello, people. We are the Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria. Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria. We learn, we teach, we train to become great in elocution, diction, vocabulary, grammar, and phrase. Together we lift up. You will shout, ADC. Together we lift up. Together we lift up. See. Then the last line is promoting elocution for excellence. Say it. Promoting elocution for excellence. Can you play it now? Okay. Thank you. So when I say ADCN, you will shout what? ADCN. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. All right, so we're gradually getting to the end of this program. And we want to take the last speech for today. And you know what we say about the best being saved for the last, right? Now this one says, efficiency, the money conversation. I love this one because it's about money. How many of you love money here? Our president, 2 hands. God, I beg you. So the money conversation, attracting high-paying clients as diction coaches. And we have none other than our own very co-founder of Unique Accents International, Dr. Catherine Onyejiaka. I love that your name specially. But no, man, calm down, calm down. Before you come up, we'd want to listen to your profile. Okay, so please give us a
Dr. Catherine Onyejiaka. Dr. Catherine Onyejiaka is a seasoned communication and professional development coach, corporate trainer, TEDx speaker, one of Sellers' top 100 creators in Africa 2022, and one of Gabi Magazine's top 100 coaches in Africa 2024. Recognized by LinkedIn as a top facilitation voice, she is also the co-founder of Unique Accent Consultancy Limited, internationally certified to teach English in all countries of the world, and has trained over 6,000 individuals across 11 countries, specializing in effective communication, elocution, public speaking, social polish, and leadership skills for over a decade. She also serves as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria, ADCN, as well as the Chief Judge of Africa's #1 spelling competition on Africa Magic, satellite TV channel. With a diverse clientele, including top CEOs, corporate organizations, and government officials, she is dedicated to personal growth. In the recently organized conference theme, The Path to Success Conference, as the co-convener. She has also been sought after by University of Ilorin and Caleb University as a guest lecturer. She is a member of the Chartered Institute of Information and Strategy Management, the John Maxwell Team, Forbes BLK, and Toastmasters International. In recognition of her contributions to society and humanitarian services, she was conferred an honorary doctorate degree in philosophy by the University of Paris, USA. as the author of Speak Out Your Way to Success and The Public Speaking Guide. She broadens her influence with impactful online courses driven by a passion to empower individuals to make positive contributions to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Dr. Catherine Onyejiaka.
I've been asked to speak on attracting high-paying clients as an elocution coach. But I want us to personalize this. I want to change the phrase, becoming a highly valued service provider. Should we do that? Yes, because it takes a highly valued service provider to attract high-paying clients. Do we agree? Okay, so I have just 8 tips, 8 points to address today on how you can become a highly valued service provider. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't fail to recognize the presence of the president of, I almost said the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Sorry, let me take it back. Who knows? The president of the highly reputable association, the Association of Diction Coaches of Nigeria, President Titus Bankole Shwa. Aha! I didn't want to forget that. Please, let's applaud him, please. I'd also want to recognize the presence of my fellow DOT member, our Secretary of the Board of Trustees, Mrs. Halimat. Please, let's appreciate her. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to talk about something very important to all of us, attracting high-paying clients or becoming a high-valued service provider. Like I said, I have 8 points. The first, like they say, first things first, do your homework. That's the first point. Do your homework. And what is this homework we're talking about? Take note, at some point, I'll be asking you to repeat or rephrase what I have said to be sure that we are understanding. Because if there's something I've observed about conferences, people just come to attend, take pictures, and leave. So I want to be sure that we are getting this because I spent all night preparing for this material. Okay, number 1, do your homework. When we talk about doing your homework, we're talking about your working on your personal development, your professional development, branding, company registration, newspaper publications, website. I have a lot to say about each of these points, but I have limited time and I'll just run through them, but I'll hit the key points. Your personal development starts with you, what you say, how you say it, how you look, and everything that has to do with you. Talking about emotional intelligence, your relationship with people, everything about your personality. How can you attract the right people from your personality? That's something I do a lot. I would always do a review of myself. If I wasn't me and I met me for the first time, what impression would I create in the mind of me? I don't know if we get it. If you take everything about my personality and put it into this young man here, and you get to look at him. Would you be impressed? Would you be inspired? Would you be motivated? What is it about him? Would you like? So I always like to have that reflection of myself, and it helps me think of how to do better. That is it on personal development. We move on to professional development, talking about your connections, your fellowships, your professional development cuts across other things here, talking about your branding, your website. If you're here and you have an organization, I'm not talking about working with another organization. You own your organization and you don't have a website here, you have not started. I know we have talked about this. It's almost like a cliche. We've talked about this countless times. Please start now. I don't think it will take you more than for this up and coming techie guys. You can get some that would do it for you about 15,000 or thereabouts. You understand? So please get your websites ready so that when someone refers you to another person, to this high paying client, the first thing they go to look up is your website. And if it's not there, that's a red flag for them. So we move on to company registration. Yeah, I think this doesn't cost much. You have to do your company. If you can't do the limited liability company, you can just have your business name registered, and that qualifies you to having a professional or a corporate account. Please, if you don't have a corporate account, you're still playing small. It's not a big deal. Is it a big deal? You need a corporate account because you don't want to tell that clients that will pay you 1.5, 2 million, 3 million to pay into one Adekbojo Adeyemi. No, we don't want that. You understand? So please get your website ready. And we move on to extra things like newspaper publication, right? You might want to say, no need. Is there any news about me? We don't need to have news about you. Make the news. You are the news. Are you not the news? You are the news. The first time I did my newspaper publication, it's much about me, but I made myself the news. And today, if you Google Catherine Onyejeka, you're going to see quite a number of things there. That was the aim. So that is it on newspaper publication. You do it once. I'm even longer with you for another. I want to do another. You just keep doing it. Don't do it once and you stop. You do it maybe once in every year, once yearly or once in every 2 years. All right. So that your name keeps popping up every time they search for your services. So we move on to website. We've already addressed that. So that is it about doing your homework. Now we move on to be visible, be creative. To attract, you have to be visible and believable. And to be visible, you have to be intentional. So how can you be visible? The social media, right? We all have social media accounts. And what do we do? Up there on social media. I can tell 70% of us do videos, 1 minute video, 2 minute video to sell our market, right? Yes, it's good, fantastic. But do more than videos. Do more than videos because you want to be unique, right? You know why I'm emphasizing unique? You know why? Yeah, everybody does videos. So what makes you stand out? All right. Put pictures of your work, videos of your work, not just you seated in front of a camera. It's almost like a cliche. Everywhere you go to, how do you pronounce this word? How do you pronounce? We are more than pronunciation coaches. We are yet to realize that. We are more than pronunciation coaches. I'm getting there. All right. So please be visible. Leverage LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. Facebook, I know that by default you're on Facebook. Everybody, some of us, we were birthed into Facebook. Facebook, everybody has a Facebook account. What about LinkedIn? What about YouTube? I know quite a number of coaches that are doing fantastically well on YouTube. YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. Now, let me tell us the magic about LinkedIn. Good enough. Let me sell their market because I am one of their beneficiaries, right? I am one of the top facilitation voices, and I worked for it. Oh, Mr. Jesse is not here. He knows how much I worked to earn that badge. Do you know what that badge means on LinkedIn? That top voice. It is an internationally recognized badge. At night, I wouldn't sleep. What am I doing? I am answering questions. So they'll put up some contributions and ask you, Catherine, you might want to find this contribution interesting. What is your view on this? And there was one I answered. Out of the many I have been trying to answer, there was a particular one I answered. I think it's had to do with 360-degree evaluation that earned me the badge. Many people liked it, people commented on it, and before I knew it, I got a badge. That badge is highly reputable. So leverage LinkedIn. Let me tell you something. 1,000 likes on Instagram and Facebook. Okay, let me start on Facebook. 1,000 likes on Facebook is equivalent to 100 likes on Instagram. 100 likes on Instagram is equivalent to 10 likes on LinkedIn. Coach Dolakbo, she's not here. She would concur with me. LinkedIn is a gold mine we are yet to tap. That is where I don't know if we are going with the flow. Professionals are beginning to tilt towards that LinkedIn. We are leaving Instagram for the skit makers and the content creators. Professionals are beginning to tilt towards LinkedIn. If you're doing well on Instagram, fantastic, continue. If you're doing well on Facebook, good. But let it not be that you're not anywhere. All right? Let me tell us something before I move to the third one. How many minutes do I have for this, please? Sorry, how many minutes, please? Just indicate when it's 10. All right. So there was a time on Instagram, my post was doing very well. Oh, fantastically well. You put up one post, 3,000 likes and everything. But I stopped that particular type of content and my reach dropped. And then I think it was a general thing. Instagram keeps messing with your mind, your algorithm. Today it's going up, tomorrow it's going down. I don't know how many of us can relate. You understand? But what remains consistent? It is you. What only remain consistent? Improve, upgrade, which is the next I'm about to talk about. Upgrade. Some people will tell you they have 10 years experience. 10 years experience, 0 upgrade. Is that an experience? You have spent 10 years of your life doing the same thing over and over, and then you boast of having 10 years experience. Let me tell you, that's little girl who just joined you in that field that has 2 years experience, and she's beginning to leverage everything leverageable, if there's a word like that, might be doing better than you're doing. So it's not about how far or how long you've been on the job. It's about how have you upgraded? So I was saying something about my Instagram page the other time. I told myself, I don't want to keep doing contents like that. Even if it would reduce my reach, I don't care, because I want to attract high-valued clients. And there's something about high-valued clients. They're not like everywhere. Many of them are not on social media. I'm sorry to let us know this. They are, but they are not active. Social media is good. Attract as many as you would attract. But please, there's something you have to do. You have to upgrade. Keep itching for career growth. You want high value clients, be a high valued service provider. Your career growth, when we talk about career growth, attending conferences like this, right? What was the last training you went for? Because I know quite a number of coaches that will tell you, I am addiction. I have 10 years experience. I don't need any training. I am this, I am that. No, you will not grow. If you know me, you should know this quote by me. Success is not a destination. It is a what? It is a journey. So don't get to a point and you feel you've achieved it all. You have not. As a matter of fact, you're just getting started. I go on LinkedIn and I see Tony Omilolu. I'm like, what's this man still doing here? What's chief success and what's he still going to all these conferences? Papa, go and rest. But Papa will not rest. There's a song, they said somebody still they make money. Dangote. So who are you not to upgrade? Right? You just want to keep growing. One thing I do that really helps me, I use 1 year to develop myself, like attend as many conferences, training programs as possible. And guess what I do? I use the next year to work on everything I had learned the previous year. I give myself time to leverage those things. So last year, I didn't attend any because I was still working on the knowledge I got from the previous. And now, don't be that type that would say, what do they want to teach me that I don't already know? That is the beginning of downfall. Because what do they say comes before a downfall? Pride. And even if you have learned it before, learn it again. I always believe, and that is one of the things that keep me going. You can do what I am doing, but you can't do it the way I do it. I have my trademark. I am Catherine of Unique Accent, and you cannot be Catherine of Unique Accent, and I cannot be you. So you just want to keep learning from different, you can learn the same thing in different ways and learn how to apply that same thing in different ways. So don't ask, what do they want to teach me that I don't already know? There is a lot, you'll be surprised. Aim for recognitions and awards. Yes. When Gary Magazine mentioned me, I didn't expect it. One seller rewarded me, or awarded me or recognized me, I didn't expect it. I didn't go to them to say, admin. No. What? I what? Earned it. Leveraging or putting to work everything I have mentioned here and more. So your work will definitely speak for you. I promise you that. Your work will speak for you. Don't get to a point and you feel you are tired. You have been doing this. If I tell you when Unique Accent got her breakthrough, you would not believe. It was in 2020. We were 7 years down the line as of 2020. That was when we would say, oh, and guess what? It was the oddest of things that even helped us. The 2020 lockdown. We spent like our last to do ads, visibility, everything. I'm like, all die na die. Let us do this. You know what it means to pay an influencer? We did it how many times? Omoni Oboli, Choma Chukwuka, Umbe Ednot, Instagram, Instablog Niger. Name them. Why? Visibility. And of course, that attracted the international clients. We can proudly say we have trained today. So your work will speak for you. Don't feel demoralized. Don't say, oh, maybe I'll look for another career path. If you see this as just a job, then you're joking. It's not just a job. It is a call. I don't know about you. For me, it is a call. I have tried like 8 other businesses, logistics, branding, clothing, selling of shoes, importing of materials. I have tried different businesses. They all failed. And I'm not happy to say this because we invested money in it. But I'm happy for the fact that the failure of those businesses made me realize or go back to my core, which is to coach, to teach, to influence, and to inspire. Because I know that when I answer that call, it would open doors for many other people to answer their own call. So that is it. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Aim for recognitions and award. It is your work that will speak for you. And okay, this is not the last. Review your charges. I am saying this with my full chest or chest. Review your charges. If you have everything I have mentioned and even more, you can then say, now it's time for me to take a second look on my charges. What am I charging? No, this is peanuts. Check. You check. There's some things you put to check that should influence what you charge. All right. So don't just review like, oh, it is time. No. Are you ready? Are you ready for that type of client you want to attract? That is it. So when you are ready, you can review your charges and do it unapologetically. I don't really advertise my one-to-one services. Why? Because the people that know me will come for it. That particular one-to-one, it is my highest. If I have to give you my time, then you have to pay for it. And some people don't even see that pay for it like big money. Those are the types of clients I like. When you tell them 6 figures and they don't see it like anything. What 6 figures? Sorry, 7. They don't see it like anything. They don't, okay. When are we going to start? When are we started? This is what I want. Give me stress. Some people see it on social media, my one-to-one services. You won't see it there. Even though once in a while I just pop it up there. Some people would reach out to you, but others, my courses and everything, you see it up there. Don't be like me. Do what you want to do. Do it your own way and your own style. You understand? But at the end of the day, please make money. What we have is gold. Your voice is gold. It is powerful. Please use it wisely. Network and connect. Yeah, I have 2 minutes more. Network and connect. Now we have a conference like this. It is an opportunity for you to network. Don't say, oh, these are people like me. No, network. You don't, sometimes they're not people like you. We have some real dogs here. I said it yesterday. We have some timbers and calibers in here. Underestimate us. We are Adcn, we are not small people. Mind your thinking. The last but not the least is the God factor. If you know me, you know I would not miss this part. When you have a healthy relationship with God, He positions you for greatness. Before we talk about the God factor, God coming into your business, what type of relationship do you have with Him? I learned from Steve Harvey that you don't only go to God when you need something. If you know Steve Harvey, you know how he emphasizes the power of prayer. Pray until something happens. Keep praying. So don't go to God when the odds are down, right? When the chips are down, or when you are at your lowest time, you go to God. Establish that rapport with Him so that when the chips are down, you don't have to introduce yourself or reintroduce yourself to God, right? Like, and then you find yourself kneeling down to pray, and then it looks odd. Like, when was the last time I did this? You understand? So have a healthy relationship with God. Like I would say, for the Christians here, Christianity is not a religion. It is a lifestyle. So when I say have a healthy relationship with him, I'm not talking about what people see on the outside. It's more about your personal relationship with him. Sincerely, I don't think there is any feat I have achieved and the little things I have achieved that God was not in it. Let God come first in all you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. Please would I have to get the floor more. Thank you, ma'am. That was really insightful and lovely. Thank you.
Gentlemen, could you bring that down for a moment? I'm not sure how much you know Dr. Catherine. I didn't used to know her as Dr. Catherine. I know her as first as Miss Catherine when until she became a Mrs. And I could tell you for the fact that you cannot write about John Abbey, nor can you write about Cronax International without mentioning one of my first instructors who taught me the art of elocution. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Catherine. So, if you see me making it, I've got people I looked up to that are doing so well in the space. Before I met a lot of diction instructor, I saw it that she was like the diction queen of diction. It's just that now we have everybody queen of diction, but she was my first, and I recognize that. Okay, I know you want to tell me to shut up. It's fine.
Yeah, don't shut up.
Should I go ahead?
Let's go ahead.
All right. Can we sing this song, this popular song? Now the day is over. That's it.
The day is not over.
But
This particular day is far from over.
okay. What do we have next?
Now, before we go to any other thing, we want to please recognize Feta from Kids FM 101.7 from the Pickup Show. Can you please say, give us a beautiful smile and go like this? It's something nice for us. Bring it on, bring it on. Say something nice for us. Something.
We know that radio ladies have the voice in the universe, right? It's voice in the land, right? Don't be shy. They told us about you. But just say something nice to her.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I totally disagree with you. I don't think that we have the best voice. You also have an amazing voice, by the way, and your accent is fabulous. So I think I just want to say that this is such a great honor to be here with all of you. I never knew that a community like this exists in the world, to be honest with you. And I'm like, oh my God. I met Mr. Titus when he came on my show for an interview. And I was like, oh my God, I want to be in this meeting and meet these amazing people. And I can tell you that I've learned so much. Having been a self-taught speaker myself, I am not an elocutionist, okay? I don't know that there's even a thing like this, but I grew up not from a house or a home where people were speaking good English. I've been working. So everybody's always speaking pidgin. But watching television and hearing people read the news, I tell people that I grew up seeing who I wanted to be on the television. And so I would practice, I would learn. I find myself looking at the mirror. I'm like trying to say what I'm hearing Joke Silver, how she says it, how Bimba Kintola says it, even Genevieve at some point. And now I know there's a Mrs. Catherine who is, I'm going to check you out. I'm going to be stalking you on the social media. And it's just so good to be, I've learned so much. I've learned that you don't have to just resort to knowing that you know something. You have to apply yourself to learning things, one thing in different ways, and you see different results. I think that's like a take home for me today. And so many other things I'm looking forward to learning today. Thank you all so much for having me.
I'm going to pay money I like to judge.
Oh, you need to tell us your voice.
Let's see.
Oh, we just said you should say something. You just started to write up a whole dictionary. What's that supposed to mean?
And she said she had nothing to say. Can you imagine that voice? Amazing.
Do you know something? It's really important. I'm not saying this to propose anybody. I'm saying this that it is important to recognize the efforts of, yes, many people, but notwithstanding, John C. Maxwell says, everything rises and falls on what? Leadership. It is important to recognize. I wouldn't have been able to meet Femi Obong Daniels. I wouldn't have been able to meet Lolo Wan. My wife knows about Adaku. That's the only thing we know about her. I wouldn't have been able to meet. I have never met P.P. George in my life.
Same here. Same here.
Do you know something? I was at the market one day. I was down. I was talking about work, I was down. And P.P. George, she was speaking to me, but she never knew she was speaking live to me. She never knew she was, talking about recruitment, hiring and firing. That's why, on purpose, I just call her like the mother of the Ogun State chapter of Adcn. Absolutely. I wouldn't have met great people like this wonderful lady you've just met now. I wouldn't have met the amazing, even you. It wouldn't have been possible
At all.
if we never had
This opportunity.
a great leader like Titus Bankole.
Not at all. Can we please put our hands together once again for him?
Sir, you could just, it's your flowers, just sit.
Please take the
Do you
flowers.
remember the 2019 when you came all the way to Allen for pronouncing B for free? They were looking at him like, is this Titus Bankole? Yeah, it's my guy, I want that. Oh, guy, it's my guy. Oh, my God. Sacrifices, ladies and gentlemen, please say that, sacrifices. And do you know something? I keep saying this. I say that for every post you make out there, you're not just making it for yourself or your brand. You are making it pushing diction, retaining diction in schools and in banks. Yes, Access Bank is one of them. And in some 5-star offices, just because they go online and they see that there is a diction thing that could improve their staff members, you are not doing it for just yourself, you are doing it for all of us. One more time, please put your hands together for yourselves.
We should have had a slot for you on the program. Because I saw this one. I hope
it's okay, it's okay. I'm sorry.
He wants to say something.
We did not recognize those watching online. You can see me, right? You can see me. My name is Junaidi, and we've been having the fun of our lives here, right? We've been seeing your posts, your feedback, and all. You make this gaiety an effect. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the YouTube guys. Put your hands together for them.
All right. So our General Secretary has something to say to us. Can you please come, ma'am? Thank you.
You want my president to sack me, have you?
All right.
Thank you very much for the accolades. I'm truly honored. Thank you. Please, we just want to quickly take a roll call. If you're not a member of the ADCN, you came from different places. I know someone came all the way from Kwara State. She's not a member. She just saw. Please, can you wave your hands? From Kwara State Nation. Thank you very much. You know, she's someone that is amazing. Thank you very much, Alaja. I will just call you Alaja because that's what I can call you. Right. If you're a participant here and you're not a member of the ADCN, please wave your hands. Can you stand up, please, so that we can know you? You attended this event, you saw us online, anywhere. Okay, can someone help me count them? Can someone help me count the numbers that have stood up? Please, quickly, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's quickly do that. Thank you. Please, the rest of us, let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. This is not church. I would have said we should greet them. You are welcome. But then let's take it there. Thank you very much for coming. I'll quickly give out my number so that you can be a member of the ADCN, and you can always send me a message on WhatsApp. Do not disturb me, but disturb me. I hope you get the message. Okay, 29 people. Okay, thank you. So I'm the general secretary. I'll be willing to answer your questions, but don't call me in the night because I'll be with my husband. So the number is 0803 838 again 0173. I'll take it slowly now. 0803 838 0173. Am I slow enough? Okay, so that's my number. On WhatsApp, I'm available. Thank you. So if you want to be a member of the ADCN, go to our social media handles. Diction_coaches_Nigeria is a long one. Diction_coaches_Nigeria. Or preferably the website adcn.ng. Did we get that? adcn.ng. Thank you very much. And quickly, Teta told you about the cartoon character the other time. It's because she's an international voiceover artist.
Amazing.
So, diction coaches that are voiceover artists, and Teta is an international. We are members of a voiceover group. So now you know. Thank you
for that vital piece of information. Thank you so much. Now, during one of the panel sessions, one of our coaches raised the question, and somebody still has something to add to that. And she's one of the coaches whose voices I totally respect. She's a coach that I love. Personally, I love her. And she had something, a little something to say to answer that question. And the person I want to call is Coach Oleander Yuba.
Can I stand here? Hello, everyone. I'm honored to stand here today. It's a great pleasure to be with you. Peter, what a stretch. I am delighted to meet you. I hope you grab me pictures later. I'm the queen of selfies. Ask about me.
Absolutely.
I love pictures. My husband, I had to co-opt him into loving pictures too. Now he's my photographer. All right, so yes, quickly, I want to respond to her. Yes, when you asked the question about the embargo on posting children's pictures online, the guest speakers addressed it. However, I have some contribution to make. I run a club for children. It's called the Distinct Kids Club. And I want to tell you that from inception, we've been able to post over 150 videos of children. That's being conserved. You can look us up. And how do we achieve this? It's by getting the parents' consent. Yes, we simply ask for it. When you are working with children and the results are showing, the parents will be glad to grant you permission to have the children's videos out there. Once in a while, we get some who say no, and it's fine. But most of them, and then we just ask for their handles and tag them, and they're excited. They engage on those posts. Yes, I said, thank you so much, Distinct Kids Club. We enjoy what you're doing. We love what you're doing with our children. We are grateful. They are grateful to have their children's voices heard. Yes, so they're excited to have that. So that's for that. I want to encourage all the coaches here who are just starting out. I want to share a little experience. I love to share my experience. In 2018, I attended a general meeting by ADCN. I felt small because I had just transitioned from being a phonics teacher to being a diction instructor. I met a diction instructor in the school where I worked, and I loved the reception she got from the children, their reactions. They loved her. They loved me too, because I was a part-time teacher as well, and they know how children respect external teachers. They loved me too. However, I felt that this one was loved more. And I said, I would like to be like her when I grow up. And so I started making inquiries, and I learned about elocution, 2018. And I learned elocution, and I began to put out content because I started watching videos online. Catherine, I learned from her page. Baby, I learned from her page. I spent months studying the pages of these people. Ayon Feolua, Queen's Diction, I learned from her page. Juliet Obijaku, E-Basics, it used to be S-Basics, but I think she renamed her page recently to E-Basics Diction. I learned from her page and a lot of others, big and small. I spent months studying their pages before putting out my content. And now I think people are beginning to know me. I can say in my own capacity, I am doing my best. And from the responses and the reactions I get when I meet people, I think they appreciate what I do, right? So what I'm trying to tell you, when I was at that meeting, I couldn't speak because I was intimidated. I felt so small, but I took in everything. I said, I would leave this place, but they will hear about me. Everyone here will get to know me. And so I got to work. I attended several countless training programs, elocution training programs, big and small. I paid heavily. I paid as little as 2,000 to learn from the lower coaches then. And now I've overtaken most of them. So what I'm trying to tell you is learn and learn and learn. Do not sit down and wait for when someone will mentor you for free. If you're waiting for free mentorship, you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't make progress. I pay for mentorship. Yes, I paid for about 4 training programs by Quince, even the one for children, before I set up mine. And now I am doing even better in that capacity compared to her, because at some point she left children. So I think I'm doing very well in that field. So what I'm encouraging all of you is get ready to invest in training programs and you wouldn't regret it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. Thank you so much. I think she was being modest when she said that people do not know her. We know her. She's Coach the Yuba. Okay, so we know her. She's just trying to be modest, all right? You said?
Nothing.
So the thing that has a beginning will have an end. You have something to say? A question to ask?
You have a question to ask. Could you ask that at the gala? No, just joking. Yeah.
Ask who? Coach Yuba?
Oh, you know, because we have the guests, they've left already.
Okay.
What's that, Grace?
Okay. So our president says that all those who have questions can ask the questions on the group.
Otherwise,
the registered group or the non-registered group, and we will attend to your questions. Yes, please.
You have something
to say.
You must say it. All right, could you just...
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Oluwabunmi Bamitale is my name.
Say it again. Say your name.
Oluwabunmi Bamitale. That's my name. I'm an actor and also a diction coach. And I want to say that I'm not allowed to ask my question. I can ask it anytime. But I want to say something to all of us before we leave here. As much as we're trying to be the best in our English diction, we shouldn't make our local language an opportunity cost. We shouldn't make our local language an alternative for God. What made people to know me today is because I am also very good at my local language. So when people see me on screen, they'll be like, are you saying she's the same person? So the same way, we shouldn't trash our local languages.
All right.
That was beautiful.
And I like the fact that she said her name really nice. That's why I asked her to say her name again.
Should be said.
Yeah, so in as much as we give energy to learning our international language like English, we should also learn local languages. Otherwise, I'm from Delta State, Bomodi local government, we speak in Ijaw language. I'm predicting that in the next 30 years, that language might die if we don't speak it. And you know, language is a living thing. If you don't speak it, it dies. So, and also there is a second opinion, there's another opinion that even the English speakers are learning to speak in our own language. So you should understand that we're not oppressing our language, we're just sharing culture. Do you see that way now? Do you see that way? See that way? Put your hands in your pocket and give me some money.
Like money a lot.
Big time. Why?
The beginning will have what?
And
And we have come
to
to the end of this beautiful program.
No, the conference. Yeah. The conference. Yeah.
Before we take that, no, we're not doing this alone. We have the DJ, we have
Make some noise for the people helping us speakers. Make some noise for the people. Amazing, the decorators, the our sponsors, and you for being here, for being here, your laughter and smile. This event really warm.
You all sat as one body, listening to everything, not leaving. You are glued to your seats. And for that, we want to say thank you. But then the official parting speech will be given by our financial secretary. He's the one in charge of our money. If anything happens to it, we should hold him responsible. Now, he's the one to give us our parting speech, and he is Solomon David.
Okay, a beautiful afternoon to us all. It's been a very remarkable event, if you would agree with me, and we thank God for the success of this auspicious event. We're so grateful to everyone who has participated in one way or the other for the success of this event. Special thanks to our president, who's been a very remarkable leader and whose leadership style and method has helped every one of us hop on the bandwagon and create a level of excellence as our icon. And I want to say a huge thank you to you. You've been very, very amazing. Please, can we all put our hands together and celebrate our president one more time? Thank you so much. I also want to appreciate the presence of the community represented here. Yes, Coach Catherine, Coach Alima, we are sincerely glad for your presence, and we are totally elated for the level of support that you've given us. And for the executives as well, the General Secretary, the PRO, and myself, it's been quite hectic and beautiful all the same. We're celebrating ourselves. And we celebrate the wonderful coaches who come from different states to honor this event. You are sincerely super amazing. You are super amazing. I really do not have enough words to say how grateful we are, because you have made this program a huge success. Those of us from Lagos State, we appreciate you as well. Thank you so, so much. And we pray that as you return home, you came here peacefully, you would go back home peacefully. You came here with bliss, you're going back home with bliss. And all that you've learned and all the knowledge you've gathered, we pray that God will help us all to harness this and make it become a huge, gargantuan source of income for all of us. but eventually we'll all smile at the end of the day. Thank you so much, ADCN. We're super glad and super, super grateful. Thank you so much. The level of decorum, the level of professionalism. I just was talking about decorum and I'm hearing the noise increase. Okay. Sincerely, but I sincerely want to appreciate your decorum. All right. Thank you so much. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm putting your hands together for others. Now, thank you. DJ, I beg. They really do chest. And do your hands like this. I'm putting your hands together for yourselves. Here today, spectacular. And I think it's so online people for time for sticking now. Put your hands together for yourself. We really appreciate you. Wow. And at this point,
Before we go to that point,
and at this point,
before we go to the points, I said again, the coaches from Lagos State, ADCN Lagos chapter, I have an announcement that you ought to pick up your ID cards before leaving if you don't have them, and your T-shirts are available with your state coordinator. Thank you.
And so, Mama, Simon and Coach Jackson, so much for coming. God bless you. Mention that the first people who came in should please go to the DS to pick their gifts. The first people who came in today should go to the GS to pick their gifts. Yes, the person. Remember, do not forget about the guys. Should come to the GS to pick their gifts. Wrap it up and round it up.